no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat.
Hello, hello, hello. How you doing, lovelies? Hello, Sheepish T-Rex. Hello, a Clark Vibe. Hello, Zaron Joy. Hello, Koopa Shell. Hello, Sienna Page. Hello, Coder Joe. Hello, Eric Delorded. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, I Am Certain. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello, Kiva and Defer. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, where is Waldo? Hello, Yannick de Newburg. Hello, Queenie. Hello, Sweet and Sour Serena. Hello. Don't call me lovely. I look like a mom 90% of the time. Moms are lovely. There's an entire category dedicated to them called MILFs. And MILFs are cool. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Noah's Farm. Hello, Spancom Cat. Hello, the Rust Bard. Hello, Conjure Gay Frogs, the most powerful spell in D&D. Hello, Webmage 101, the original caster of Conjure Gay Frogs. Hello, Zach Fletcher. Hello, Polka.com. Hello. Hello, T-Lave. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, Smooth Bandit. Hello, Ransom Ballard. It's true, it's the late night stream. Apologies for that, folks. I just had a lot going on today. Hello, Nullifier Pro. Hello, a raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Fixer at Home. Hello, everybody. Hello, Xenogenesis. Moms be breeding. Hello, Koopa Shell on that note. Hello. Hello, Rhymejack. Hello, Uncle Simric. Hello, Saint Nilrem. Hello, Banana Brains. I might have said hello to you already. My bad. My bad. Jacob Booma Sims, thank you for being the first person to financially support stream today, and thank you for being here. I'm a neurodivergent cashier and DSA member running for Congress in my Alabama special primary. That's cool as fuck. Link, give us some of the deets. Hi, watch some of your YouTube highlight uploads before, first time in live. Welcome, K Snicket. Hello, Shifty. Hello, Just to Be Here. Hello, Uncle Gumbald. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Snoogan. Hello, Von400. Hello, Cardstock Caster. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Insect Hooves on Lassie. Also, Jacob, yeah, you should be in our DSA chat. We got a community DSA chat. We got Discord you can join and do the talk to folks. We might be able to get you some door knockers. Nyangat, hello. Hello. Found you on YouTube. I'm also over on YouTube. Before we get to back to the serious shit, how far are you in Mina? I'm no farther than I was last time I played it on stream. Sadly, I haven't been able to play any of it off stream. Did y'all see the news on Iran? Yeah, the news is bad. The news is that there is no ceasefire anymore, and Iran is now very seriously threatening to shut down the Bab al Manab. God, I always stumble over it. The Bab al Menendeb Strait, I think it is, which has 10% of the global shipping lines in it. So, if they do actually shut that down with the help of their allies in Yemen, then I would say go get some gas. Fill up your gas tank and maybe buy some things that freeze well. Yeah, bad month for the Straits. Oh god. See you, Spancom Cat. Permission to board, Captain? Absolutely, Smooth Bandit. There's another strait? Yeah, over by Yemen. But Trump says we are in complete control of the strait. Yeah, and Trump also says he's in perfect health and had to see, for no particular reason, had to see 22 medical specialists. As people do when they're in perfect health. Whomst among us hasn't been in perfect health and said, you know what? Time to see every doctor at my local hospital for no reason. Do you read YouTube chat? I do indeed. I read all the chats. Whew. Trump also did recently say he never promised to not start wars, which is, to be clear, complete bullshit. Yeah, I'm reading 4 chats at the same time, okay? I opened my third eye and my fourth eye, okay? And my fifth eye to look at the other screens. The heteros are upseteros. Yeah. You're amazing. Thank you. Are you saying Trump lied? Nobody's ever done that before. You mean people can do that? Just go out in public and lie to other people? Lux called us second-class citizens today. It's very funny. Also, speaking of, I should be on the Transatlantic Call-In show tomorrow, or later today, rather, in about 12 hours, to talk about, to debate people on trans rights and talk about, why you shouldn't be upsetty spaghetti about trans people. It'll be a good time. Y'all should tune in. It's over on the line. My girlfriend opens her third eye and her fourth eye every time she puts on her glasses. Would I interview Park Rose Permaculture or Maddie Maddock? I don't know who Maddie Maddock is, but I'd absolutely talk with Park Rose Permaculture. She seems cool. Do-do-do-do. Are you guys ready to dive in. We're gonna have a relatively short stream tonight. I think for obvious reasons. It's almost 2 a.m. But I did want to get at least a couple things sorted with you guys, like a couple segments under the belt, as it were. Um, Also, y'all know I have my problems with Hassan, but like he's been fighting the good fight in British press, and honestly, mad respect for that. Just going on British programs where they're basically just constantly insinuating he's an anti-Semite while also simultaneously saying they are not defending Israel and then adding a big old butt right after that. Uh it's it's been pretty impressive to say the least. He's come a long way. My disagreements aside, he's come a long way. He can't stop your inevitable surpassing of him though. No, he can't. His head is too tiny. His body is too big. He'd get trapped. And I would scuttle through a smaller opening. Is my question for your radio show okay? You can always ask questions in chat. According to most Muslims, Christians, Jews, Catholics, etc., are all just people of the book and are therefore equal in their worship of the one God. Okay. And all right. The Thunderdome was going to crazy last night. It was indeed. Still remember being told that Catholics are going to hell. I mean, I grew up with the idea that like Catholics were heretical because they didn't pray to God. They just prayed to like Mary and saints, and like that's how evangelicals view Catholics, by the way. Generally speaking. You're talking about my state? Woo woo. We're gonna be we're gonna be covering the like the GOP primary debate. Just because I thought it'd be fun. You guys really seem to enjoy Victor Marx, and I've been assured that the debate was insane. So we're gonna be we're gonna be taking a look at it just because that seems kind of fun. I came to Twitch to see Hassan Fitz, and now I'm much more I'm so much more happy in places like this. I am, by the way, I am trying to up my fit game. Like I'm trying to do my workouts. I got back on the elliptical now that it's fixed, and yeah, I got my getting my pump on. We're working on it. Ugh. You look like my grandma. You want to fuck your grandma? That's weird. That's bizarre. Great, that's what we need. Hotter Jack, always. Your grandma's in prison and you want to fuck her? Disgusting. Get out of here, vertical chat. In record time. I walk on my treadmill on PC every day. That's honestly great. Like the more you can move your body while doing other things, the better. I played a round of Teamfight Tactics and ran like 2.5 miles. It was great. Genuinely awesome. What's she in prison for? Fucking her relatives, obviously. All right. Conjure Prairie Dogs. I grew up agnostic but visited my friend's church once. I was so confused when they gave us grape juice for communion. Does the magic still work or does it have to be alcoholic? I always wondered that too. Right? Like, do you need is it something that's grape? Can you do it with like grape flavored Kool-Aid? Does the communion still work? Like, if it's a miracle, surely it must, right? Because through God, all things are possible. And yet, yeah, Uncle Simric, it felt so good to move my body briskly again. And yeah, I'm doing some stuff. It's symbolic, dumbass. Literal wars. Millions of people have been killed over that very position. I want you to understand, in the Catholic Church, it's not fucking symbolic, dog. Look up transubstantiation. Fucking uneducated prick. Oh, I'm gonna come into a chat and just say some dumb shit and act like I know what I'm talking about. God damn. Vertical chat. Y'all are great. I transubstantiated myself.
Believes water can turn into wine and bread into flesh. Doesn't believe gender is changeable.
You know what though? Sake Tanuki, you have unlocked a new argument. If through God all things are possible, then I propose for fundamentalist Christians, trans people are godly. If trans people believe they can be transformed by God into their true selves. All right, all things are possible through Jesus Christ. So why not? Why not gender transitions? Trans man Jesus needs to exist. Jesus transcends gender. Like, if anything, God is agender, you know? Eve was a woman made from a male bone. Eve was the first trans. This is the kind of high level argumentation we need. All right? This is it. Also, are angels trans? This is an excellent question. Because, as we know from the story of Lot in Sodom and Gomorrah, the angels showed up and everyone in town wanted to fuck those angels. And they didn't know if they were men or women. They just were like, they're hot. Angels are non-binary confirmed. All right? Look, if we want to play the religion game when it comes to trans people, I can do this all day. All right? I read that story once. Androgynous Angels is definitely canon. It's true. It's true. Also, it gets like a lot of Christians talk about Sodom and Gomorrah as like a way to bash like queer people, but also they completely leave out the part that immediately follows that, where Lot's daughters sexually assault him in order to become pregnant. It's very weird that they do that. Like, if anything, that story is all about how like straight people are fucked up. Also, hello, actual Jake. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're just getting started, despite the insane time of night. So yeah. Jesus didn't have a Y chromosome, so he's a trans man. Are your hormones fluctuating? Probably. Let's see. Yeah, that's the other part, Terrell, that no one ever talks about. Lot is supposedly like one of the righteous men, right? And when the angels show up, he's like, "No, no, no. Don't rape those angels. Rape my daughters instead." It's very fucked up. It's very fucked up. And yet Christians will use this as proof that gay people are fucked up and not, you know, that straight people be kind of fucked up. Gay Jew lover, I do love the gays and Jews. It's true. Bro, you're a fan? It's true. They go through a lot of work to make the account to to tell me that I like gay people and Jews, and you know, they're not wrong. But like I do have to sit here and like kind of look at that and be like, you put work into that. Like you made an alt, subscribed, and waited for 5 fucking minutes. That, you know, that's crazy. And kinda, Lot offered his daughters to protect his guests as a person was expected to do just about anything to protect your guests. Yeah, but Uncle Simric, I would throw out this idea that if you are truly dedicated to protecting your guests, you go out and you fucking fist fight those guys. Right? Like, I'm sorry, if an armed mob is surrounding my house and are like, "You've got a house guest that we want to rape," the last thing on fucking earth that I do as a decent person is go, "No, no, no, rape my daughters." Last fucking thing in the universe. That's crazy. Yeah, like, also, Cardstockcaster, you offer yourself before you offer your daughters, but, like, Jesus. I didn't say I agreed, just what the expectation was. Yeah, but, like, I understand the expectation is was what it was. I just fucking disagree. And the people who then read that story and take the message from it that gay people are degenerate, I don't think they've read the story. Let's see here. Well, shall we jump into the show today? Actually, I wanted to show you guys a thing I thought was cool. You know, I know it's late, but I thought we could take a look at something neat. Who are your enemies at the moment? Those who oppose egalitarianism and democracy. Let's see here. Let's take a look. This is called Vivarium. Actually, that's called Mino the Hollower. That's called all the chats I look at. This is called Vivarium.
Some years have a color to them. A haze that seems to fill the whole world. In its glow, you discover wonderful new places. Dear friends you always needed.
The aesthetic of this is pristine.
And golden moments which linger on the warm breeze. As you live your days as dreams.
What a cool, weird little thing. You know? Games are just fucking neat. Right? Like that twist, that's so cool. I love it. Cozy game or existential horror. You be the decider. Also, I thought this was an intriguing premise for a film. This is called Whale Fall.
I can teach you things. I will give you all the tools. You can be whatever you want. Anything you want. When it matters, you'll know what to do. Survivors survive.
This is my nightmare. This is literally everything in the world that I'm afraid of. This is quite literally, this is like the worst version of everything I'm afraid of. Like my greatest fear is dying in a submarine stuck on the bottom of the ocean. And like this premise looks like it is delivering on that, except your submarine is made out of a fucking whale. God damn. That's a nope from me. I mean, I gotta know, right? Like, I gotta know how the fuck that ends, right? What an insane hook. You should play Subnautica. I have played Subnautica, and then it started getting scary and it stopped. But I should play Subnautica too. I don't gotta know. It's called whale fall. The implication is that he kills the whale from the inside and somehow escapes. And I want to know how the fuck that happens. Dredge? Dredge is cool. What an incredibly unlikely series of events, but holy shit. That diver's name was Jonah. I swear to God, the name of that character, if it's Jonah, I'm gonna off myself. Like that can't make it through to the final script. Somebody say submarine with the gaming emoji. No, no. God. I just can't. Bored disturbs me greatly. That's all good. Can't watch Attack on Titan. Look, I guess for me, it's way different when like the thing that is eating someone is a person. That I find more disturbing. But if it's a monster, I find that less disturbing somehow. Jonah Ahab. Are we gonna get like a Captain Ahab situation where like that guy's dad like just has a vendetta against this sperm whale? I don't know. Subnautica. Also, can we get a mod in the horizontal chat as well? Just as an FYI. Let's see. We need a Jaws guy. Dead eyes, like a doll's eyes. He's gonna come out with a load of ambergris. Indeed. Shit like that is why I did not join the Navy. Hell yeah. Alright. Is it Moby Dick or Jonah? Or, hear me out, both. And even more intriguing, okay? It's Moby Dick meets Jonah meets Underwater, the movie. Let's give it a little bit of an eldritch tinge. Consider this Jonah's dick. No! Alright. I just like sharing cool shit with you guys. Do 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 do. Also, folks, we are courtesy of Sake Tanuki and Jacobuma at 164 subs. If we make it to 500, we're going to be watching Dracula's Angel. An incredible film. All right. Good night, chillin' millins. May Fanny Longlegs, thank you very much for the membership. Appreciated. Anyways, LGBTQ people are banned here. Not in this chat. All right. Let me do one thing before we get started. I'm gay everywhere, baby. Conjure prairie dogs. Hell yeah. If you're here, you're gay. It's true. All right. You guys ready to go? Ready for some content? Too much clavicular nose job discourse on X? I cannot stress how little I give a shit. You're black?
I don't understand. You're black.
Is Pride Demon Month, so that means the straight is closed? True. Okay. We're gonna just jump into it. It's too late. I'm cranky. All right. Here we go. There we go. So, folks, we need to talk about the fact that this piece is hitting Politico. And, I don't think many people are going to make much of this, right? Hochul helped Mamdani. Now she's setting limits. And I found this to be pretty interesting because, well, Kathy Hochul isn't really setting limits, right? Like, it's what's interesting about this is that Zoran Mamdani has gotten everything he wanted from Kathy Hochul. Everything. And Kathy Hochul, on her side of things, has gotten everything she wanted from Zoran Mamdani. Namely, she got an endorsement, right? And this piece really does seem to be designed not for any kind of like educated readership. It seems designed for, well, the donor class, essentially. Governor Kathy Hochul helped New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani close a massive budget gap. Next year may be different. Now, what's interesting about this is that this is not news. Like, this was well known last month when the story about balancing the New York City budget broke, right? Because part of that story was that Zoran Mamdani had used one-time cash infusions from the state of New York in order to balance the budget. And I talked about it at the time that this was actually pretty smart. Like, it allowed him to balance the budget this year and punt the football to next year to, like, have a more intense showdown as his popularity rises because he's actually accomplished things like balancing the budget. He's basically set the stage for the battle he's going to have next year, which is to pass more taxes on the municipal level against millionaires, billionaires, etc. And like that's part of his plan, quite clearly. But this is quite interesting because Politico's acting like this is new information, and it's just not. The governor told Politico in an exclusive interview that the 34-year-old first-time mayor needs to get a handle on the Big Apple's spending after she gave the city additional cash and backed an annual surcharge on pricey second homes. Now they have their own team in place, she said in a one-on-one interview at the governor's mansion in Albany. They control the budget. They need to look hard at spending. They need to identify programs that are not serving what they should or that are out of control in scale. And asked if the mayor should anticipate a different dynamic when he pieces a budget together next year, Hochul said they manage their budget now, which is interesting because, again, this seems designed to be like, don't worry, donors, we're not going to help him out anymore. Which absolutely was the case, right? Like, that was always going to be the case. Kathy Hochul only needed something from Zoran Mamdani right now because she's seeking re-election, right? Like, she is, like, seeking to get his endorsement, which she got. So the leverage has, for a time, ended. And so she's willing to kind of be like, well, I'm going to maintain positive relations with Mamdani, but I'm not going to, do him any more favors. And that's kind of what her centrist donors are looking for, right? They want to make sure, like, she's not going to go full socialist in favor of Zoran. And what is interesting about this, again, is that she is trying to take credit for a lot of the good things that he has done, like childcare or the various other initiatives that he's been pushing on the city-wide level. And it's just kind of like, okay. But none of this is an attack on Zoran Mamdani directly. All of it is just signaling to donors, I'm not going to be going further left on these issues. And I think that's fine. I think that's fine because Zoran won this exchange. Like, this battle went back and forth, and Zoran got the better of her. She knows that. Everyone in the political knows that. And donors are scared. And I think it's good when centrist donors are scared and concerned about rising leftist stars in this country. And so, what I find very interesting is that Mamdani, in the meantime, is building a New York-based leftist coalition. We a couple days ago, we covered an ad that Ben Shapiro showed that had him, assembling with like Brad Lander, and it's been interesting to say the least. He's assembling a team, as it were. And Mamdani, by endorsing Hochul, did snub a farther left candidate in the governor's race, Representative Adriano Espiat, right? And, or not not Adriano Espiat, the Antonio Delgado, my bad, who was the lieutenant governor. And meanwhile, Mamdani has drawn blood from Hochul's team by opposing, and this is where I got it confused, Representative Adriano Espiat, because he has opposed that that re-election campaign. And that, I think, again, indicates that the conflict here between the left wing and the center of the Democratic Party is far from over. The fight is just delayed. It is being prolonged, and it's going to be on more favorable footing the more popular Zoran Mamdani gets. And I wanted to take a look at this because stuff like this from the conservative far right helps Zoran Mamdani, and I don't think they really understand that. I think if they do, they are pushing it because they're hoping to inoculate more conservative parts of the country from potentially being wooed by the siren song of socialism, right? So here's Mark Wayne Mullen on Fox News talking about Zoran Mamdani in New York City.
I love that about you, and I love that about Tom Homan. You say we can't come, we're coming.
No, absolutely. You're not going to tell us where we can and cannot enforce our nation's laws, because we are not, Sean, picking and choosing which laws we enforce. We enforce the laws that Congress passed. And for the mayor of Mamdani, who's absolutely destroying a great city like New York, to say that ICE needs to be abolished, I mean, come on, they're immigration custom enforcement. That's their job. And so he wants to have open borders and wants to allow criminals to run their streets. Well, his constituents don't want that. And they want.
I love that about you, and
he's destroying New York City by opposing ICE. That, like, you're literally just listing some of his greatest hits, you know? Literally just listing some of his greatest hits. Now, I will say, Zoran Mamdani has so far failed trans youth. And I'm not entirely sure why. It does seem to be something that is calculated. And he did, in a recent interview, pledge that they are working on trying to find a solution that allows them to support trans youth and get them the care that they need without getting government retaliation, right? Essentially, they don't want the federal retaliation for helping trans youth, but they want to figure out a way to do it. I don't know if they're going to be able to square that circle. It seems to me like the only solution there is to go fight. There are already orders in place for the hospitals in New York City to comply with gender-affirming care for trans kids. And I'm not entirely sure why those hospitals have not yet resumed care. And that, I think, is a big problem. I do think it is one that they are working on. And I assume that largely due to the fact that Zoran Mamdani has created an entire section of the New York City government dedicated to handling LGBTQ issues that is headed by a trans woman. There are trans women on his team that have publicly attested to the fact that they are working on it. I do think that they are working on it. I do think that people need to see more results quite a bit faster. So that is maybe the one big disappointment I have so far. And he wants to be able to have trans youth healthcare without making the government angry, while Zoran is both not enforcing things on private hospitals and is also opening public clinics that do not serve people under 19. That's the thing. And that's what makes me wonder what the hell is going on, because no one in the administration and no one in DSA New York seems to be willing to talk about what is going on. Folks on the inside, like our very own Gamer G, haven't been able to get any information from New York City DSA, and that's weird. That in of itself is weird. And I'm hoping that that's because they are working on something that will roll out relatively soon, and they want to keep it relatively quiet to avoid backlash, but we'll see. We'll see. I do think that for someone like Zoran in particular, public displays to try and get him to account for it, or to members of his team to account for it, might be very successful, because again, a large part of his power comes from his popularity. So we'll have to see. I feel he betrayed us. I'm not sure that is the case, but I speak from a place of privilege because I'm not one of the people being affected by that trans youth healthcare ban. So I'm sure that the kids and the families affected by this feel very differently. Room to build an alternative for those kids is needed right now. There's a tightrope to walk, which Mamdani is sort of forced to as mayor, no matter how progressive or not he is. I mean, that is the other thing, right? Like, there is a cost-benefit analysis that goes on. And like, that is deeply disappointing to me, a citizen. But I imagine that there is an enormous amount of pressure as mayor of New York City, and trying to figure out how to walk the tightrope, as you say. Like, that's, I don't envy that position. I don't envy it at all. I work with trans kids in New York City. I'm furious. Yeah. I didn't want him to meet with Trump either. Yeah, but that's the other thing, right? Like, he is meeting with Trump in an effort to block the worst effects of the Trump administration falling on New York City.
You all. My superego, id, and ego told me Donald Trump is a child-bred dictator. I'm inclined to believe them. Smiley cat face emoji, herb emoji.
That's true. 2D Synctium, thank you for the $10 super chat. It just sucks we're playing political battleship with human rights. Like, the Republicans yell out B-12 and they're going to sink our battleship. Yeah. That compromise worked so well during AIDS, didn't it? I mean, I do think that this is very different from AIDS, the AIDS epidemic. But your point is taken, right? Like, I think that, like, what he's trying to do is prevent masked men from killing people in the streets of New York City, like they did in Minneapolis, you know? And I do think that another thing he's trying to do is make sure that hospitals don't suddenly have their federal funding cut, because that will literally kill people if that happens. And so, like, that's a real cost to weigh. And I do think that there is, like, potentially an upside to that, but it's an upside that might be bought in blood, right? Like, the upside might be, oh, people see that federal funding is cut to the hospitals in New York City, and suddenly people start dying because they can't get the care they need. And, like, that affects people beyond trans kids, and suddenly more people care about it. And, like, that might eventually be the play. But I think not rushing to that conclusion is reasonable, if that makes sense. I mean, he's potentially killing trans youth right now. Well, yes. But understand, he has a larger constituency, right? Like, that's the problem. Genuine question, what stops him from making the separate public trans healthcare programs he is opening that are not tied to the hospitals, not funded by federal, and only funded by state and city? Honestly, I think it's because he's trying to navigate some kind of informal agreement that he has with the Trump administration. Like, as far as I can tell. I don't know exactly what is going into the decision making around, like, trans clinics in New York City. And I'm really, really keen to find out. There seems to be a lot of information that is being deliberately withheld, and I want to know why. Right? Like, when we start getting into the hardball of politics, we have to understand, like, a lot of lives are on the line in hospitals. If this is all political handshakes, fuck him royally. I understand the sentiment, but also, Donald Trump is the kind of guy where everything is just a power game and an optics game, and political handshakes are sometimes the only thing he's got. You know? Sometimes a political handshake in that circumstance might be the thing that it stands between, like, billions of dollars going into your hospital system and allowing the hospitals to function, or not. And, like, I want more information specifically to know if Zoran is rat fucking us. Because if it turns out that he is, then of course I'm deeply, deeply furious. And if instead there is like some kind of plan in the works, as has been intimated in like a lot of his team's public appearance on this, then I want to know what that plan is as soon as fucking possible. Because personally, I think if there's nothing legally stopping it, why can't they open specific clinics that are only funded by state and city and thus are not beholden to federal funding? Like, I know it's not why can't he just? I know it's this is super complicated. I'm just thinking about alternative options. I mean, part of what might be happening, right, is that their plan is to set up like this, and this is purely speculation on my part. I have no insider information that indicates whether this is the case. But I would speculate maybe part of what is going on with these clinics is that they are launching the clinics to exist as separate entities, uh, independent of state and city funding, so that once they are set up, they can then be retrofitted to serve trans youth. And like, that might not be something that they are terribly keen to advertise prior to the clinics coming online. Does that make sense? Because I think you're right. I don't think there's anything legally stopping them from doing that. But I do think that that might be something they are interested in more quietly launching in an effort to reduce backlash that could spill over to other New Yorkers. And it's not I recognize that it is quite a cold comfort to like speculate and just hypothetically like throw out ideas like that. But you know, that's where I'm at, and I think that's where most of us can do on this, because in the absence of any additional information, his team keeps saying they're working on it. He keeps saying that they're working on it. And I don't have reason to believe that they're lying, but I am deeply dissatisfied with their progress. So, yeah. I guess that's kind of where I'm at on that one. Let's see. Now, I did want to go over this particular exchange, right? Because we're not quite done talking about Mamdani. I thought this interview that he did with
Mr. Mayor,
MS Now was quite interesting. This aired about 4 days ago, and it is a really interesting back and forth that I think does have sweeping ramifications for not just New York politics, but for the politics of the rest of the country. Because I think it gives insight into what Mamdani is trying to do. And I think maybe that also gives us maybe some insight into what he, like, or at least makes me think that he is being genuine when he talks about looking for solutions for trans kids. Obviously, it hasn't been good enough so far, but let's just take a look at this interview.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Such a pleasure. Thank you for being here.
Let us into City Hall. After you win in the primary, I'm going to take you back a little bit.
I'm going to turn up the volume on this, actually.
The New York Times ran a headline that said, Mamdani triumphed without a majority of black voters. There have been questions and criticism about what kind of mayor you would be for black New Yorkers, but there's been some recent polling by the New York Times that found black folks here in New York had the highest approval rating of you.
Oh, and to be clear, I'm not saying just because I have hope that he's being genuine, I'm not saying everyone should shut up about it. I am in fact saying people should get louder about it because being loud in politics matters.
The ethnic group by 55% was what they said. What do you think changed?
You know, I think that for a number of voters, it was the first time that they were hearing of me. You know, I recall at the time in that primary, it was an introduction more than an ability to persuade someone. And I knew that I was going up not only against another candidate, but frankly against a legacy of a name. And in the time since then, we've been able to show exactly what we are governing for, and that is the working person. And when we talk about a focus on the cost of living crisis, we know that for Black New Yorkers, that's not an intellectual concern. The city has lost 200,000 Black New Yorkers over the last few decades alone. From 2010 to 2019, we saw a 19% drop in the population of Black children and teenagers. So in focusing on the affordability crisis, in delivering on that crisis, we are finally bringing the struggles of Black New Yorkers and New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs to the heart of our politics and not just to the footnotes of it.
There's been a long-running criticism, argument made about Bernie Sanders, Democratic Socialists in general, that Democratic socialism treats class as the primary lens and race.
Okay, we also need to, I'm noticing now we need to make this mono audio.
As secondary, even sometimes
there we go.
It completely, the assumption being.
And I do think we need to turn it up a little bit louder, actually. Here we go.
That if you fix the economic inequality, racial inequality will just follow and doesn't require its own focus. It seems like you're saying you disagree with that.
I think that we need to have a vision that encompasses all of these things. We have to have an understanding of the impacts of class, and we have to have an understanding of the impacts of race. You know, we cannot divorce the racial inequities we see across the city, which are so stark in just the measurements of median household wealth and income, from the political choices and decisions that have been made over many years. And, you know, I even think about there was a policy that Rudy Giuliani had implemented of a tax lien sale. We found that the city was 6 times more likely to sell tax liens in a Black neighborhood than in a white neighborhood. That's, you know, that and the impact that it has on home.
Oh, this is interesting. Just the other day, Mamdani gave an exclusive interview to The Advocate and said that he hopes the measures his administration has adopted so far can help protect the city's LGBTQ+ community. Quote, "We view it as part of a longer-term commitment to safeguarding the rights of queer and trans people across the city, across ages," but then was very did not specify how that would affect trans kids. And earlier he did talk about how the city's Gender Affirming Care Fund would help residents of all ages, but did not specify how it would apply to trans youth. So again, there is a lot of language that he is employing publicly to talk about how the city is going to support trans youth. The details are pretty sparse, though. But the fact that he has continued to intimate this, I think, indicates that there is something concrete on the way. At least I fucking hope so.
Homeowners, one of the reasons why we put a pause to that sale. And I think it just speaks to the many ways in which government has exacerbated racism across not just the city, but frankly, across.
Well, I mean, I would love to turn on subtitles. Unfortunately, this video does not have subtitles available.
Our country through its political choices, and it's time to actually address it through not only acknowledgement, but frankly through affirmative policies.
Yeah. Even with that, with the numbers that we saw from this New York Times Mayor's poll, there's still critics. There's always going to be some who say that you're still not doing enough. There was a lot of criticism about whether or not you had enough Black staff, enough Black people around you who are political professionals. What do you say to them?
Yeah, I think it's a city of 8.5 million people. I don't begrudge any New Yorker of their opinion. I'd frankly be concerned if we had 8.5 million people agreeing on one thing besides the Knicks. I think there's a lot of agreement. We're incredibly excited. And I think this is an administration where we're looking to not only reflect the city at large, but also to address the concerns of the city at large. And to have this opportunity right now, it's one where we can show that it's It's going to be about delivering universal child care for the first time in New York City history for 2-year-olds. It's also going to be about paving over 102,000 potholes in 100 days. That's the way in which we can combine a pothole politics that shows that there's no problem too big, no task too small.
Yeah. I want to move to the racial equity plan.
Please.
From the city. The Times reported that the administration chose not to restore references to diversity, equity, and inclusion that had been cut from the draft that you inherited from Mayor Eric Adams, and that officials expected federal blowback. So I guess, did you or someone on your team keep that DEI language out of there because of a fear with the fight with the Trump administration?
The focus.
I think there's also they're talking about fighting the Trump administration right now. I think there is also an element of this where they want to finalize the budget and get it passed. Because again, a lot of the language around the budget has indicated, oh, the $15 million or so allotted for trans affirming care is going to go towards services for trans kids. What exactly that form takes will probably be included more specifically in a finalized budget, which is expected by the end of the month. But again, details right now are pretty slim.
That we had when it came to that report was one, actually releasing it. The prior administration had stonewalled its.
Apparently, according to the Gothamist, he talked about this on the Brian Lehrer show. And Mamdani claimed that this will go towards services for trans kids, but again, less than what he initially pledged, $65 million. But with the budget not being finalized yet, it remains to be seen whether or not that $15 million will become $65 million or what exactly this is all going to work out to be. So I'm guessing that they're going to be relatively cagey about the specifics of the budget until it gets finalized.
Release over many years. The second focus was how can we not only name the racial inequities in this city that are so obvious for anyone who is looking, but also start to put together a framework that would address those inequities. And the third focus was how can we ensure that all of this will stand up to whatever pressure it faces. Because as we all know, whenever you name racism for what it is, there is an immense pressure to try and back away from that. We wanted to put together the strongest legal argument to ensure that we could actually move forward on it, and that's what we found in this report.
So a legal argument that doesn't include the words DEI. Do the words matter in there?
I think all of the argument that...
Like, this is exactly kind of what I'm talking about, right? Like, part of what he's doing here is basically trying to appease the Trump administration, saying, we're going to do all of the same things that we were going to do with a program that was explicitly labeled DEI, but we're not going to label it DEI. We're going to do all of the same shit. And you guys won't understand that we're not, we are not actually kowtowing to your positions simply because we're not using DEI as a phrase. I think that this is similar to how he's approaching a lot of other issues that are sensitive to the Trump administration.
We laid out is one that we believe can withstand.
Because again, I know I'm being a pause champ, because again, the Trump administration is made up of the biggest fucking snowflakes on the planet, but also most of them are very stupid. So if you just remove DEI but keep all the programs the same, they will not know the difference.
Whatever pressure comes from the federal administration. And for us, what we found is that New Yorkers care more about what we can deliver than...
It's genuinely a grandpa won't notice. Grandpa won't notice, fam. He's too busy talking about ballrooms.
The process by which we get to it, and that's exactly what we're looking to do, is finally deliver a vision for racial equity that is able to get into a material consequence for New Yorkers.
On April 6th, the Assistant Attorney General, Harmeet Dillon, posted that your plan, quote, sounds fishy and illegal, will review, exclamation point. Have you had any actual communication with the Justice Department over this?
You know, I have not had direct communication myself. Our team is always in communication with the federal administration over a number of areas of disagreement, but we are fully confident in this report and in our ability to withstand any pressure.
Yeah. Are you worried about them coming here and taking federal funds in order to change the plan that you have?
I think none of our values or our laws are bargaining chips. And we will not step back in the face of any of this kind of pressure because we're not embarrassed about these things. We're proud of them. It's what makes us New Yorkers. Yeah. And so if the federal government has issues with this report or any other policy, we look forward to that conversation, but it's not one we're going to shirk from. Yeah.
You're one of the maybe only mayors, Democrats, who has engaged with Donald Trump and the Trump administration publicly, and it seems like everyone left not fighting. What is the trick to that conversation in the relationship with Donald Trump that other mayors maybe could take a note from?
Well, I think it is unfair in that I have an advantage in that we are both from New York City, and we share a love of the city amidst...
Mamdani hates America. Dude literally, like, bikes the city every day and makes videos that are essentially love letters to the city. It's crazy that conservatives are so deluded that they're like, he hates America, when, like, every day he's, like, posting, like, I fucking love this neighborhood. Let's go get something to eat. I love New York City. Let's fill potholes. Like, it's genuinely, the attacks leveled against Zoran Mamdani are so absurd. Absurd.
Many disagreements that we have, whether about the country or about the city. And one thing that the president said to me as well as to the public is the better the city does, the happier he is. And in that, I ensure that our conversations are focused on how we can do better for the city. And that doesn't mean shying away from disagreement. You know, I've sat directly with the president and I've spoken to him about the fact that I believe that ICE raids are cruel and inhumane. I believe they do nothing to serve the interests of public safety. It just means being honest and ensuring that it isn't a conversation around personality or the two people who are there, but rather around the people of New York City and how we can deliver for them.
I think you called him a fascist at the Oval Office, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
When was the last time you two spoke?
Yeah, I keep the nature and the cadence of those conversations between the two of us, but I will tell you that
recently,
whenever we have the conversation,
God damn, when like, you gotta respect his game as a politician. He's talking about having to be in communication with one of the most odious men on the planet, who holds like an insane amount of power relative to a mayor of a city. And like, he manages to still deploy like that fucking charming smile that's just insanely dazzling. It's genuinely deeply impressive because he's very clearly deflecting to not answer this question, but he's doing it behind a smile that is genuinely so charming that you're just like, of course he can't answer that. Let's move on.
It's about the city of New York.
Yeah. You ran as an insurgent against the establishment. What has governing taught you in the last 6 months or so that campaigning didn't?
I think what's incredible about governing is you have the opportunity to deliver. During a campaign, you're asking people to believe. And for some New Yorkers, that's easier. But for others who've lived through decades of politicians coming to them with promises and then abandoning them as soon as they have the opportunity to lose their principles, it's hard for them to believe. And so in governing, you can say, I understand why you weren't there in the beginning, but now, when we're paving these potholes, when we're delivering universal child care, when we're establishing the office to prevent deed theft, when we're pausing the tax lien sale, when we're holding bad landlords accountable to the tune of $65 million, now here's a reason to believe. And what I've found is that it allows you to not only build a larger coalition, but it also allows you to show those who had the courage in the first place that they were right to hope.
Yeah. Where, maybe you haven't had to, but have you had to compromise a position you once in your head when you were running or earlier in your life that you thought was non-negotiable that you've had to compromise on?
I never thought that I'd be delivering for Yankees fans, but I am delivering for every New Yorker, and that's a new reality.
There's got to be a different one than the Yankees.
I didn't think I'd be doing that.
Yeah.
Here I am. And I think that just speaks to the fact that you govern for everyone, not just for those who voted for you, or for those who voted. There are 8.5 million people in the city. They want to see a better city, no matter how they feel about me. It's my job to do it.
Yeah. In that vein of maybe they are Yankees fans, but at the end of the day, the business community. There was lots of criticisms when you won. Business leaders and all the wealthy would leave town. I don't think that they did. There's the pied-à-terre tax that came out. You've been meeting with some of these CEOs.
Man, I do hate that they're that the tax on second homes worth over $5 million has been like siloed behind a phrase that most Americans don't understand. The pied de terre tax, that's not something most people recognize, right? Like, I think it's easy to use as a buzzword to just kind of confuse people, when in reality, all you have to do is be like, a tax on millionaire second homes that they don't live in. Like, I know that doesn't necessarily flow off the tongue as well, but people understand the concept that, hey, maybe if you have a $5 million home you're not living in New York City, a place strapped for space, then maybe you should pay a higher tax on that. Like, that's incredibly, incredibly reasonable.
Jamie Dimon, Ken Griffin, to name two. Is this you trying to smooth those relationships over for the benefit of the New Yorkers?
This is my meeting with business leaders who have an important role to play in our city. And I wish every New Yorker success in this city. I wish for business leaders that they continue to contribute to what is a strong economy. And
it also makes it sound less scary to the average person. I think if you use more mundane language to describe the tax, I do think that makes it less scary. Because by using like that buzzword, you can apply scary connotations to it, even if people don't know what it means. Yeah, call it the status tax or something. Like call it the excess homes tax.
Create good paying jobs. And I also know that in these meetings, when I speak to business leaders, that even amongst their own employees, they are not immune to the affordability crisis. You can be making six figures and still blink when you realize you have to.
Thanks, President Trump, for banning trans therapy for children. It's not banned. I don't know what to tell you guys. You guys live in a fucking nonsense land.
Spend $20,000 a year on childcare for a single child. And so what I see in them is also the opportunity to partner, to work together. You know, when I was sitting with Jamie Dimon, we spoke about the ways in which we could make the public sector as efficient and excellent as possible. Because no matter a policy disagreement on taxation structure or things of that nature, we both agree that we need to have the.
Which, let's be clear, Jamie Dimon only sat down to talk with Zoran Mamdani about tax structures. Jamie Dimon doesn't give a shit about the efficiency of the public system. Like, at all.
Best possible city government in the city that delivers by example and wins through that example.
I like that, Quigley, the absentee homeowners tax.
Yeah, and that taxation plan, are they more inclined to be
Ooh, call it the Golden Tower tax? That's good. I like that one the best, Amber Brains. Good evening, Dragonfly.
all right with it now that you guys have met? What I've heard is that when you have those meetings, people leave feeling a little bit differently than they did before.
I think I look to make clear that the plan is not one that is built around wanting to target any one group of people. It is rather out of a belief for a fairer system of taxation and a way to make sure that everyone can afford to live in this city. I think you'll still find that most people who make more than $1 million would prefer not to pay more in taxes for that more than $1 million. But I think that most New Yorkers understand that in the most expensive city in the United States of America, we do have to do more to make sure that working people can still afford to live here.
You brought up immigration and ICE detention camps. Homeland Security Secretary Mullen suggested so-called sanctuary cities like New York, quote, shouldn't be processing international flights. JFK handles more international traffic than any airport in the country. If the administration follows through, that is real economic pain and just a headache for folks that fly through here and the New Yorkers. Beyond saying values aren't bargaining chips, what's the plan to make sure they don't, if they move on to JFK?
I think the first thing is to make clear that, you know, we have heard many of these kinds of threats before. We will fight each and every one of them because these are not just threats to the principles of our city, they're also threats to the economy of our city and the way in which our city runs. And we are confident in our ability to do so because this city is not just the economic heartbeat of our state, it's also the economic heartbeat of our country. And we're looking to deliver the best possible experience, especially at a time when the World Cup is coming, for tourists who are visiting the city. And ideas and suggestions such as this, they just try and throw throw that into jeopardy, and we're not going to accept that.
Do you feel like you've seen a difference since Mullen has taken over when it comes to immigration enforcement in the country?
You know, I think you can change who's running.
I do find it very interesting. Do you think that things have changed? It's just like, nah, they still want to send ICE into New York City. They are trying to figure out how to do it and not have ICE reviled and organized against like what happened in Minneapolis. And like Mark Wayne Mullen came up with literally the dumbest idea, which was essentially, what if we shoot our economic dick in the balls? What if we just take a gun and shoot it our dick and balls at the same time? That'll show blue cities, and it's like, god damn, you guys are stupid. What if we just ended any kind of international business travel into our biggest economic hubs?
The agency, but by and large, what you will find is the same vision that has cruelty at the heart of it. And I think it's time for us to develop a vision on immigration that has a little more humanity as what guides it.
Just over the river here in New Jersey, there's the Delaney facility. There are folks there that are on hunger strike over the conditions. What's your reaction, and I guess more importantly for New Yorkers, what prevents a facility like that from opening here in New York?
I think there are a few things. One is a reaction of pain at seeing what people have to go through in these kinds of facilities. And these are conditions that they offend the conscience of so many, not just here in New York City, but frankly across the country. This is partially why I have put forward a vision alongside so many others to say that ICE should be abolished, that there is no way to reform this kind of cruelty that we're seeing endemic in the way that immigration is being enforced across the country. When it comes to our city, we are proud of our sanctuary city policies. We are proud of the policies we've put forward and also the executive orders we've put forward to ensure that every single agency is complying with those policies.
What do you say to people who say language, and there's Democrats in DC who say language like abolish ICE or unhelpful for the political health of the Democratic Party?
I think if we've listened to them before and look where we are.
Humanity, if you're here illegally, go back to your country of origin. I don't know why that's so controversial. Because you're effectively saying if somebody comes here and is undocumented, the crime of being undocumented means that their entire life that they may have built here should be uprooted and destroyed in order to send them back to a potentially dangerous situation. And the reality is, being undocumented in America is the same level of like I don't even think it's a misdemeanor. It's like a civic violation as like a parking ticket. Like it's literally the same type of violation. And I just look at that and I think to myself, well, your life isn't destroyed because of a parking ticket. What do? You go and you pay a fine. It gets documented in a system. You're A-okay. Why should someone who gets in trouble for parking wrong be treated so differently for someone who it just isn't documented within our system? The solution here isn't a costly ethnic cleansing campaign that enriches private companies. The solution here is to just document them. That's it. And then if they commit like actual crimes, then like our legal system can sort that out. But like, if the question is why, like, oh man, why should we, like, what? I mean, just like think with your fucking head. What does it cost more to do? Print out like a piece of paper, or to get someone a plane ticket and to like imprison them for months, if not years? Like, it's not difficult to figure out what the actual solution should be, just on an economic basis or a moral basis. Like, it's pretty clear cut. And the only reason I can think people support this policy is because either they haven't thought about it, or they just want to do the ethnic cleansing. And like, if you just want to do the ethnic cleansing, like, you're just a bigot. You're a racist. You shouldn't be in charge of doing any kind of policy. Seems pretty straightforward to me.
I think it's time to develop a new vision for this party, one that is unflinching in its beliefs and also uncompromising in its principles. And one of those principles has to be that Americans need not walk down the street fearful of the fact that they might be shot dead by federal agents in masks without badges.
There was the Israel Day parade over the weekend.
Before we get into this, I actually found the interview that I referenced earlier. Let's take a listen real quick. This is from WNYC. Was posted June 2nd. Only has 474 views on YouTube, so we might be adding a significant chunk of the viewership here. Let's take a look.
And you too.
Great. I've heard you speak on many occasions about the love and support you feel for trans New Yorkers. As the parent of a trans child who's lost their health care from NYU and is now part of their criminal subpoena, I appreciate your being an outspoken advocate, but our community needs more than words right now. We want to know what specific measures your administration will take to guarantee access to health care for trans children and adults. With the ongoing attacks from the federal government and lack of support from New York State, we need more than a Know Your Rights campaign. We need concrete legal protections and financial support from the city. What is your plan to back up your commitment?
Raina, first, I just want to say thank you for your advocacy and being on the front lines of this. And I want to send love to you and your family and having to deal with what is truly just cruelty from the federal government, because we all know that here in our city, every single New Yorker deserves access to comprehensive, life-saving health care. And my administration is committed to protecting that right and to ensuring that trans and gender nonconforming New Yorkers have the resources they need to live with dignity. And to your point, it's not enough to just celebrate pride in our language. It's not enough to just speak about the ways in which we will continue to ensure that this city remains a haven for queer people across not just the country, but the world. We're also proud to have committed over the course of our previous budgets, we've put forward $15 million to gender affirming care over the next 2 years to ensure that we can start to bridge the gap of the funding that has been stripped of this care. And alongside that, I'm proud to have created the first ever mayor's office of LGBTQI plus affairs, which is headed by Director Taylor Brown, with a mission to advance equity and justice for LGBTQ plus New Yorkers across our city. And I say that because we know that this struggle is one that will continue for quite some time, and we see how queer New Yorkers disproportionately are facing higher levels of homelessness, of poverty, and I'm incredibly excited at us having an office led by such a stalwart New Yorker with a mission to illuminate the ways in which city government can actually deliver for New Yorkers in this way, because the work is frankly just beginning on this.
How specifically will that reopen access to gender affirming care for
Also, Brian Lehrer, great follow-up question.
Trans kids whose parents, like apparently the caller, want that if places like NYU are shutting it down over federal pressure?
The $15 million that we have committed is funding that would unlock exactly that. And it speaks to the fact that whether it's Raina's experience or so many others across the city, there are explicit consequences from both the cruelty that we're seeing from the federal government's policies and the decisions that are being made by private healthcare institutions here in New York City.
Raina, thank you for your call.
So, again, light on specifics, though he's pretty clear here, like, he is working on it, and their program is designed to ensure some kind of care gets resumed. But yeah, very vague indeed. I want more specifics. In fact, I want to listen back again to his response to Brian Lehrer.
The $15 million that we have committed is funding that would unlock exactly that. And it speaks to
Okay.
Shutting it down over federal pressure.
So I guess his argument here in response to Brian Lehrer is that the $15 million that is earmarked for trans affirming healthcare of all ages is designed to go to hospitals that have shut down the care in order for them to resume it. So hopefully the argument, like just putting this together, and again, I know I'm putting a lot of hopium out there, but the argument seems to be that a finalized New York budget would include $15 million that then hospitals could cut federal funds going into trans youth care. And the $15 million would then be provided directly from the city so that the federal government cannot simply say, well, our federal funds are being used in a way we are deeming is inappropriate. Time to strip them all away. So, like, I think that's the attempt here. That's like what he's saying is going to happen. But I want more details. I want more details.
You say to New Yorkers who heard you saying, basically, I'll protect the parade, I won't stand in it. It was a promise you made, I think, during the campaign. What I hear from some folks is that they said it felt like, I'll keep you safe but won't stand with you. And then also, what do you say?
I'm not really impressed by his answer either, Dragonfly. Like, again, the vagueness on this point is infuriating.
The New Yorkers outraged that members of the administration marched with an Israeli official who called for the total annihilation.
Sharia law won't tolerate gays and trans people, just saying cope more, I guess. Nowhere in the United States has Sharia law. And also, let's be very clear, folks like you who are not presumably Muslim are way less tolerant towards gay and trans people than most Muslims in the United States. Frankly, I'm more worried about folks like you, because, like, y'all are the ones who are being like, oh, they just want to throw you off of buildings. You guys get weirdly happy about the idea of throwing gay people off of buildings, you know? And I find that disturbing.
Of Gaza's cities, the finance minister, Smotrich.
You know, I've made clear time and time again over the course of the campaign my criticisms of the Israeli government. And you can see in the participation of the far-right Israeli minister Smotrich, as well as a number of other ministers, a vision of annihilation, a complicity in genocide, and frankly, a belief that does not have much value for even the sanctity of children in Gaza. And I am offended, as I know many New Yorkers are, by their participation. And when it comes to...
I don't get it. I think the vagueness is a smart move. I think part of it is that I can see a reality where the vagueness is a smart move, which is why I'm kind of like... I'm frustrated by this, but I maintain a hope that this is going to work out for the better. But I fully understand trans people, and especially people, allies, fellow trans people who work with trans youth, being deeply enraged by the vagueness, right? Like, I understand it might be part of a plan, but the plan is, we're being asked to take the plan on faith. And I think that is a really difficult thing, especially for the trans community at the moment, to do, because we've been screwed over time and time again. Our faith is very often not rewarded when it comes to political figures. And I think that is the problem I run into, and I think the problem a lot of other trans people run into.
Members of my administration, I allow them to make...
Yeah, it's a big ask.
Their own decisions as to what marches they would like to participate in. However, as I've said time and time again, as the mayor of the city, I need not be present to ensure the security of a march, and also that this is a march to celebrate Israel. That is something that many New Yorkers attended, many New Yorkers did not. When it comes to the sanctity and the security of Jewish life in the city, that is something that we are fully committed to ensuring that each and every Jewish New Yorker is not just safe in the city, but is celebrated and cherished by the city.
Yeah, because what do you say to some of the Jewish New Yorkers who still feel like, you know, they don't have a place here because of your own stances, whether that's fair or not?
Well, I would say that criticisms of the Israeli government are different from criticisms of a religious faith, and there are many who share those criticisms in this city. And what unites all of us, no matter how we feel about the Israeli government, is a belief that Jewish New Yorkers are a critical part of this city. They have been, they always will be, and we're going to do everything we can to ensure that's the case. And I know one of the points of concern has been the rise in anti-Semitism that we've seen across the country. And a commitment I made on the campaign was to increase funding for hate crime prevention by 800%. And that's something.
Oh, Muslims are trying to push Sharia law. Just look at the UK. Yeah, when I look at the UK, I see white people rioting and burning down the houses of minorities. I don't think the risk in the UK is of the coming British caliphate. Something tells me that the white ethno-nationalists in the UK are a bigger threat.
We fulfilled in our executive budget, adding $26 million, because so often the only answer we have to hate crimes is responding to it, to condemn it after the fact. We want to invest in the tools that can actually prevent those hate crimes from happening. That's what we're doing.
What are those kind of tools?
Those are the kinds of tools that also really focus on education and our young people, because what we've seen time and time again is a belief that with time comes understanding.
Yeah, again, the only people saying Sharia law is being pushed anywhere in the United States or in the UK, like, the only people saying that are the biggest morons to ever exist. Like, you could literally jingle a set of keys in front of them and say, "These are magic keys. Give me all of your money and they'll unlock your dreams." And they would do it. It's crazy.
And knowledge and what we...
Some people say if you play a pipe just right in front of some of these MAGA chuds, they'll follow you anywhere. It's crazy. They'll prance right out of town.
We've actually seen is that if you're not teaching our young children, especially about the lessons of this history, then we will see echoes of that history.
We talked about the Democratic Party just a little bit. I want to get back to that. I won't ask you about the autopsy unless you have thoughts that you'd like to share. I didn't think so. In the Times Siena poll, twice as many Democrats recently said that the party should move to the center rather than the left to win. It was 52 to 25. You are one of the most prominent figures on the party's left flank. How does the left win over more people in the Democratic Party?
By delivering. There's a lot of talk about the debate and what we have.
This is the thing, right? Like, fundamentally, that is Zoran Mamdani's position on everything, which is that he needs to deliver. Otherwise, what is the point of him being in office? What is the point of building a leftist movement if, when a socialist actually wins office, nothing gets done? Which is why he has a heavy focus on getting shit done.
Opportunity to do here in New York City is to deliver on that vision. Two people can argue all they want, but when you show somebody the ability to deliver free childcare for 2,000 two-year-olds this year, 12,000 two-year-olds next year, every two-year-old by the end of 4 years, it showcases what we're fighting for and why we believe so deeply in it. When we talk about the need to have a vision for working people, when you can point to the actually make a difference.
Sorry, that was a little tech goof.
That's what actually starts to win so many more people on your side. Otherwise, it just feels as if it's an intellectual debate.
You said to deliver, you also have to win. So, right. So, well, then it sounds like there's more pressure on people like you who actually have the power to actually do things to show that the rest of the left should also be elected in office. Is that what you're saying, or how do you?
You are right. In order to deliver, you do have to win. And I think for those of us who have won, we have this opportunity. And our job is to showcase that these were not just ideas on a campaign. These were commitments. We're now going to fulfill them. When we talked about affordable groceries, that's what we're going to actually fulfill. When we talked about delivering universal childcare, that's what we're fulfilling. And when we talked about doing all of these things while also paving over potholes, we're showing that you don't have to make that choice anymore between the biggest vision and the smallest problem.
You are one of those rare politicians. I know a lot of them. So you seem to understand the attention economy in kind of a different way than many of them. Many of them are older. There's all the videos online. There's the pothole clips. I don't know which one of your team came up with that. Now you have this Twitch show, Talk with the People. What should Democrats be doing differently to message directly to folks, or to go through the media to do it? But
yeah, also this Talk with the People show. is interesting. I thought about covering this, but haven't gotten around to it yet. Like, it's a show where it's just kind of like a fireside chat
directly from your city about what we're doing and why we're doing it. So let's get into it. Here are a few things we did just this week.
Basically, every week he's having a sit down on YouTube and explaining what they're doing. Might be a good area to ask him about trans kids in particular, or a venue for that. I know that there's also a Twitch version, and maybe the Twitch version is more responsive to chatter input, stuff like that.
Change the way that they're doing it.
I think we have to ask ourselves, how are people consuming the news? How are they understanding the world around them? And then meet them there. Yeah. We can't pat ourselves on the back and say, you know, I have this one way to talk to people and it's really sad that nobody's listening to me. Yeah. We have to push ourselves. And I think that's a real understanding within our own team here at City Hall, is that we have to be relentless in making sure that we're speaking to each and every New Yorker. We've been on social media, on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. We speak to the news media. It wasn't until we did Twitch that there were a new set of younger New Yorkers who heard of us for the first time. We had someone who works here in City Hall. Their child came up to them and said this was the first time they'd ever heard of me. It was because of this show. And I think that just speaks to the fact that we cannot condescend any longer to the way people understand the world around them. We have to actually be there. And I think that also speaks to our politics. Too often, if you ask someone what they believe in, they're going to list off a 5-step program for what it is that they would deliver for you. People want to know, what are you going to do for rent? What are you going to do for housing? What are you going to do for gas? What are you going to do for groceries? We have to have answers to that, and that's what we're trying to show.
Do you think the leadership of the Democratic Party understands that?
I think that the party as a whole has lost its focus on working people, and I'm hopeful that we start to develop that. And frankly, we used to have that. You know,
like this is what I find interesting. I find this to be a very clear condemnation of centrists within the Democratic Party, and a very clear, at least to me, declaration that there is now an ascendant movement within the Democratic Party of folks on the left who are willing to use their power to help working people. And I think that's deeply important, and I think that's indicative of what he's been doing. Specifically, like the Ben Shapiro ad where he endorsed 3 different candidates at once, who are also on the left in New York. I think what he is doing is building a coalition to get some shit done. Starting with New York City, moving on to New York State, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that that is not going to be sufficient. He's going to build it out from there.
Look at the 4 freedoms. You look at the real core of the New Deal. There was a moment when this party was unabashed about its focus on working.
Here's the funny part. No socialist country has ever survived in history other than Denmark, only because they have very few people. Behind the seal DTS, define socialism, please.
People, and I'm excited to bring it back there.
Yeah. On the left also, you have Graham Plattner in Maine. At least one of your campaign aides has gone from back and forth from them, Morris Katz. There have been plenty of scandals with Graham Plattner. As the party goes outside of kind of the political professional lane, is this the amount of scandals that end up happening with some of these folks? Is that just the doing business? Is that just what happens when you're changing the way that you...
When did we stop saying middle class and start saying working people? When the middle class got fucking murdered by the wealthiest people to ever exist.
You elect people, what's the line there?
Yeah, I think what I've found, I'll say my focus in New York City has been, how do we deliver on this affordability crisis? When I step back and I think about the party and the country as a whole, I've found that what people are focused on is, does your vision have room for them? And do they see their struggles in what you are fighting for? I think oftentimes that is more the primary focus than the individual who is fighting for them. And too often, I think that the focus has been misplaced when it should be on those ideas. And that's what I'm hopeful we can start to deliver on.
But is there a line of kind of moral clarity that the party should have on some of the things that we're saying?
You know, I think that we should find our leadership from rank and file Democrats who will show us what it is that they view as the guiding principles and who should be the champions of that. And I look forward to that over the course of elections that we'll see across the country. And here in New York City, I've endorsed a number of candidates that I believe are the exact kind of stalwarts we need in that, whether Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, who's running for Congress, or Claire Valdez or Brad Lander, who are all also running for Congress.
See, this is what I mean. Like, he's basically saying, well, we're about to throw down, so I guess we'll see what happens. And I think that fighting spirit I find admirable. I do hope, again, it extends in all directions.
You brought up your endorsements. You live in New York 12. You won't endorse unless you want to right now.
I'm not breaking any news
Okay,
yet.
I just want to check.
I will vote.
As a resident and the most influential voice in the district, what would a candidate have to do to get your vote?
You know, I think showcase an understanding of the priorities of constituents across the district. It's an incredible district to be a part of. It is also a district that's not immune to the affordability crisis and the pressures of that crisis. And I gotta say, being the mayor, it's a funny thing where I haven't actually received any campaign literature.
Zoran's extremely wealthy. And?
At all?
At all.
Okay.
I don't know where it's going.
Maybe they're scared.
but there was one
Lots of
candidate.
gates.
There was one candidate who came to the gate and dropped off.
Ooh, okay, socialism is the theory of giving everyone the same, which sounds good until the motivation in some people can't carry the weight of the lazy. You think anyone is going to be a doctor for $0? Wrong! That's not what socialism is. Socialism is an economy primarily owned by the people who work in it. It is democratically run and operated. So if you work in the factory, you own part of the factory. You get to collectively decide, along with the fellow people who work at the factory, how the profits earned by your labor get used. That is socialism in action. Now, the idea here that it means everybody gets the same. That's not what that means. The idea that socialism is everyone gets the same paycheck. No. God damn. I'm not even asking you to read theory. I'm asking you to just actually understand what you're talking about. Please, conservatives and neoliberals, please, for the love of God, I'm just asking you, understand the terminology you use.
So I will be looking at that.
Do you think the people in New York deserve to know who you're going to
Socialism is a capped economy? No, incorrect, wrong.
vote for?
I've told them who I've endorsed, who I'm very excited about, and I can tell them I will vote. And when I make that decision, they'll see me.
The stock market is not a form of socialism. My God, you guys.
Be cast in my ballot.
We are going on to the 250th anniversary of this country.
Yes.
You came to this country as an immigrant, now lead its largest city as it turns 250. What does this anniversary mean?
I do need an incorrect buzzer sound on my soundboard. I have a record scratch. I've got sad trombone. You own a piece of the company, share in the profits. Yeah, but you don't work at the company. You don't work at the company if you are playing the stock market. The stock market is not indicative of the worker ownership of the company. Worker ownership of the company is, in fact, vitally important. And it's not worker ownership of another company that is unrelated to the work they do. It's worker ownership of the place that they work. Capitalism is the only economy where people can be rewarded for your efforts. No, the people who own the company get rewarded for the efforts of the workers. When workers produce more than what they are paid in wages, that more goes towards the company's profits. And where do the profits go? They don't go to the fucking workers. They go to the people who just happen to own the place. What I'm saying is a truly socialist model would be that the workers own the factory and then get to collectively decide how those profits get used, what their working conditions are, how much they get compensated, etc. And like, we know that this works. We already have it under capitalism in the form of companies like King Arthur Baking or Bob's Red Mill. You might be familiar with those. And I just want to point out, King Arthur Baking has been around for literal centuries. It is the oldest milling company in the United States. So, like, this idea that, like, oh, well, no, it means everyone gets paid the same. No, it doesn't. Oh, it means that the economy is capped. No, it doesn't. It only relates to ownership of the means of production. And the goal of changing that ownership is taking it from an ownership model that is largely tyrannical and shifting it towards a democratic, egalitarian ownership model. That's it. People who don't understand this simply have been stewing in propaganda for like the last entirety of their lives and never bothered to look beyond it, never bothered to look at where the concept of socialism comes from, what they were talking about. And like, man, just have some fucking curiosity about your worldview, you know?
You need this for vertical chat, for real.
I do. Cardstockcaster, thank you for the $5 dono. We do need that. This was the argument when we were a factory economy. We aren't. I'm using the factory analogy for simplicity. The democratic worker ownership model can apply to literally any company. Because all it means is that the people who work at a company own the company and get to decide what is done with the profits. That's it. It doesn't matter if we are talking about a factory. It doesn't matter if you're talking about a software developer. In fact, we have democratic worker co-ops that are software developers. The video game Dead Cells was made by one such developer. Like, this idea that, like, oh, you can't have that. We literally have it right now. The argument is we should take that model of ownership and make it the predominant model of production in the United States via a variety of different programs. Tell me one socialist country that hasn't failed besides Denmark. There has never been a country where workers predominantly control the means of production. Not Denmark, not any country. And that's not because it doesn't work. We literally have those companies right now. And if you're saying, well, that model doesn't work for companies, then you have to account for the fact that it does seem to work for companies that have been around for quite some time. So make a company and run it that way. Luckily, you're free to do so. So far, I haven't needed to form a company. If I ever do need to form a company, I will model it that way. However, I'm going to throw this out there. My job is to advocate for a better political future. And a better political future, in my mind, is a more democratic one, a more egalitarian one, and one where workers collectively own the means of production. And what that means is workers own their workplace. That's what I advocate for, because I think that there's a lot of good arguments for that and a lot of good reasons for the state to want that to be the case. Like, people are like, oh, so do it and live that way. Like, well, my advocacy goes beyond just any one company. My advocacy goes towards, let's shift our entire economy towards a far more beneficial and egalitarian model that prevents the accumulation of power and wealth into the hands of like 10 people who then dictate the political future of our country. Why should everyone follow your rule? Because everyone would want to, if given the choice, work in a democratic worker co-op. We have the information on the democratic worker co-ops that exist. People get paid more. Their conditions are better. They have more agency within their workplace. They directly profit from being efficient and good at their jobs, which means, in turn, the companies that are democratically run are actually far more efficient as well. They are, because they prioritize the workers, they don't offshore the factories or the businesses. They also don't skimp out on paying their taxes. They also are far less likely to pollute their local environment that they all live in. And like, also, they they're happier. And what I'm advocating for isn't an authoritarian, all companies must become democratic co-ops. What I'm advocating for is putting in place like incentives that make it easier for these companies to come into existence. And once we gather enough data, transition companies that want to be sold. First, they have to be sold to the workers. If the workers refuse, then they can be sold to another private company. Or, for example, if a company goes under and needs a government bailout, the government has every incentive to turn it into a democratically owned and operated company that is, again, not run by the government, but run by the workers. And if you're not really picking up what I'm putting down, that's on you at this point. I would encourage you to liberate yourself from your own mental shackles, friend.
To you, and what story of America should we be telling on July 4th?
This anniversary to me is a celebration of everything this country has fought to be and everything we keep fighting to ensure that it not only remains, but it can become. And as you said, I came to this country at the age of 7, living in New York City, growing up in this city. One of my proudest moments was when I got to become a citizen of this country, and it was only a few blocks away from where we are right now. And I think in celebrating the 250th anniversary of our nation, we also celebrate the fact that every year our nation is reborn in that same image we were fighting against impunity, against tyranny, and with a belief in liberty. And even in the time from now until then, we will see so many more Americans being born, whether as children being born in our country or whether as people who are becoming citizens for the first time. And I can't wait to welcome them all here.
President Trump is doing the 250th celebration on the National Mall. He is headlining that after several artists pulled out because of how political it's become. When you think about marking the milestone of 250 for the whole country in a way that includes all Americans, this
Rywix, welcome.
Doesn't appear to be what's happening or claiming it for one side. It feels like a lot of folks are looking at what the president is doing and has a lot of concerns about that.
I think that, as you said, we want to see a vision of this country that has room for everyone who calls it home. And I'm excited that New York City will be a part of that. I recently rewatched the seminal classic Hitch. I'm not sure if you've seen it. Yeah, they go to Ellis Island on a date. I think these are moments that...
Ooh, sound quality. Why?
That New Yorkers...
Is that the guy from Key and Peele? It does look like him. It does look like him, but it's not him.
And Americans, they really look to this city also in understanding our place, and we're excited to share a lot of those stories.
Last question for you here. You got 1,000 New Yorkers, $50 World Cup tickets, while fans everywhere are facing all these different prices and price gouging.
Sounds like you know what's best for people. Yeah, well, the purpose of putting into place a system that would encourage the development of democratic worker co-ops would be then that people could choose whether they want to work at a democratic worker co-op or a privately owned enterprise. And I think given the choice, informed workers would choose to work at a democratic worker co-op. That choice becoming commonplace, I think in turn would lead to the phasing out of privately owned capital. I'm not saying I know what's best. I'm saying we should have a system that prioritizes the kind of economic production model that is more efficient and more resilient and leads to happier, more productive workers who then get to reap the benefit of their labor. And I think that that's pretty reasonable, actually. And I think giving people a choice between working for themselves in a democratically owned context or working for the enrichment of a billionaire, I think most people aren't going to choose the latter.
feels like a different way of doing politics than other people. Like understanding that politics and culture are married and making things affordable to.
I would buy your argument if you demonstrated the experience of being a private business owner. I'm a solo business owner. So, in effect, I am a kind of private business owner. I am a sole proprietor, which is, in fact, a type of business owner. And I've been one for the last 16 years. 16 years? Is that right? No. 13 years.
Everyone is probably a better way to go. The World Cup coming here. Thoughts?
It's an opportunity to show that sports shouldn't be a luxury commodity. You know, so many New Yorkers, what keeps us going is the love of our team or the love of the artist that we're listening to or watching. And
oh, you also work with TACUS, which is technically a worker co-op. That's right. I forget that sometimes I forget that I work for a worker co-op in the form of the Transatlantic Call-In Show. I just enjoy being on it so much. I forget that it's a different job. Yeah, so I guess technically I also work for a Democratic worker co-op.
When they come to town, people have to think about foregoing a rent payment to perhaps being able to see them. And one of the things that I wanted to make clear is that we recognize the fact that soccer is at its core a working class game. We want to make sure that people can actually dream of attending these games. And so these $50 tickets, it makes it actually much more in reach. We know we just announced as well that we're going to have $25 tickets for a few of the friendlies in the lead up to the World Cup. But as you said, we want the affordability crisis to be understood not just in terms of the things that struggle to allow New Yorkers to live here, but also the things that allow New Yorkers to breathe here. I mean, we're talking right now during an incredible Knicks run. You know, we are in the finals for the first time since 1999. It feels
Knicks in 5, baby!
Like the city is alive. This is what sports can do. We're hopeful the World Cup will be the same.
I'll let you go without asking you about the Arsenal. I know they lost. I'm told.
How you gonna stab me? How you gonna stab me on live television?
Right at the end. Sir, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Real
you.
pleasure.
This was great, but I do appreciate that within all of the charismatic smiles and such, there is a glint of steel, you know? This threat against the incumbent Democratic Party that has for far too long been defending the status quo, when it's very clear the status quo is not good enough for the vast majority of Americans anymore. Like, things have been getting worse and worse and worse. That's plainly evident to anyone who's been paying attention to working class folks. We took a look the other day at an NPR article that showed something around 50% of Americans can't afford necessities anymore. And like, that's, you know, I'm not an economist, but I can tell you that's bad. So getting an economy that works for working class people, getting a country that works for working class people, I think is a top tier concern for sure. Now, to answer, how would a socialist run company obtain financing for a startup? Number one, the individuals doing the startup would pool their money together, potentially come up with, well, and start it up that way. Potentially they could pool the money together and put up equity in like houses or what have you to take out a bank loan for the purposes of the company. Now, to your point, it is harder for a Democratic worker co-op to get that startup capital, which is why one of the things that I advocate for is a method of the federal government or the state or the local government offering incentives or even just straight up loan programs to provide the capital itself as a loan to these Democratic worker co-ops that are aiming to start up. Mainly because a lot of private banks are not going to lend money to companies that are, you know, not chasing the profit motive above all else, right? Democratic worker co-ops prioritize the workers, not profits. And that's a big problem when your business loan is contingent on prioritizing profits, which most banks are looking for. You know, it makes it more of a sure thing for the loan in the eyes of traditional banking companies. However, it is in the government's best interest to invest in democratic worker co-ops because democratic worker co-ops pay their taxes and aren't going to offshore or like move their companies, because once a democratic worker co-op starts, the workers want to live in the communities where they started. They don't want to go anywhere. People in the workers at a company are not going to be like, "Hey, we should move our company to another country, or we should move our company to a different state." They don't do that. And they are also better at surviving harsh economic times. So if they have a longer survivability rate as well. Like the survival time of democratic co-ops is quite large compared to traditional businesses. And I think that all of this indicates that it would be a much better source of revenue, both tax-wise and loan-wise, for democratic worker co-ops to be invested in by the state and local level at least. So that's kind of where I'm at. Anyway, if you guys enjoyed this, I understand this has been a rambly as hell segment, but you guys got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments really help in the algorithm, so let me know what you think about socialism or Zoran Mamdani or trans kids. Let me know what you think in the comments. And also, you feel free to call me too Pollyannish if you think that I'm overly optimistic about Zoran and restoring like trans youth care. I'm open to that criticism, of course. And also, get involved with your local Dems. Get involved with your local DSA. We need people to organize within the Democratic Party to push it farther left. We need people within the local DSA in order to make it better at organizing working people in the communities. And if you need help getting started with either of those, you can join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. We want to get you started, and we also want to give you the tips and tricks to like do well at organizing within these organizations. And we have years of experience to support you with. So do consider getting started with that. And you can, in fact, by the way, when you do so, begin pushing legislation for eliminating Citizens United as the law of the land within your state. You can use the Montana initiative as a model for that within whatever state you're at. You can push for a moratorium on data centers. You can end ICE contracts with 287G agreements. Was that it? Might be getting the numbers wrong. But you can end coordination between your local sheriffs and ICE. You can do a lot of things to help improve your community, keep it safe, etc. And I do hope you will do so. If you want to get plugged directly into door knocking and phone banking campaigns, of course you can do that through DSA as well as through your local Dems, but you can also do it through Progressive Victory. There's a link down below for you to get started with them as well. We want to give you all the options, all right? And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that is non-tucking. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Is your persuasion tactic to insult people? If your idea of this conversation is that my goal is to convince you, you are sorely mistaken. My communication to anyone in the chat is almost always designed for people who are not you. I do not hang my hat rather, on trying to convince any number of bad faith actors in chat. I never assume good faith from chatters I do not recognize. My goal is instead to educate others who might have similar questions and who are actually open to new ideas. Oh yeah, other people in chat are under no, they are not bound by any kind of decency. which you'd notice if you you'll notice if you hang around in vertical chat for a while. A lot of chatters are quite mean to me as well, but not the good ones. You know who you are. Whew. Hashtag linguini. We don't linguine. We don't have a linguine command. I hope Riverboat Jack recognizes me. I've been in chat on and off for a while now. That domain originally sent me. Chillface, I do recognize you. I don't respond to every comment in every chat, but like I do come to recognize different usernames. Am I a good one? Of course you are, Queenie. There are a lot of things we can agree on, just not a socialist economy. I mean, again, I've described my vision of a socialist economy being one where the workers at a factory have a say in what is done at the factory versus some dipshit who happened to buy the factory now owns it unilaterally and can do whatever he wants with it. I think that quite obviously, if you have to choose what kind of working environment you want to be in, it's not going to be the one run by a dipshit. Whew. Boo. Imagine thinking that people shouldn't own the fruits of their labor and that is a superior system. Yeah, it's cringe. Like y'all understand that how billionaires make their billions of dollars is by taking the labor of others, right? Like that labor is what makes the profits that then go directly into billionaire bank accounts. Oof. And I don't know. I'd rather working people see the fruits of their labor and get to decide what to do with it collectively with their fellow workers than create more billionaires to corrupt their political system. It's also generational wealth. That's true. Generational wealth is another issue, but it's one that I think we could solve sufficiently with taxation. Like, I don't think that's a huge hurdle. Jack, you've talked a lot about worker co-ops, which I'm absolutely in favor of, but where does the safety net for those not in a job come from? Some people can't hold a job due to their circumstances. It comes from taxes. In a democratically owned and operated economy, you would still have taxation, right? And that taxation would go towards things like Medicare for all, like housing first initiatives, housing for all, ideally, decommodification of different things that people need to live in a modern society, heat, air conditioning, especially like water purification, like the things that people need would still have to be provided via a system of taxation. But the taxation should be done in a way that benefits everybody, not just a select few. How does socialism handle generational transfer, or does everyone start fresh every generation? I mean, there are different arguments to be made here. I'm not particularly, in one camp or another. I can see the argument for like ending generational wealth altogether, but I think that's more of a long-term goal after the economy is made more egalitarian, more democratic, and after like social safety nets are put in place where if you take a financial risk, you don't wind up like homeless and unable to get healthcare. I think that there are a lot of things contingent on tackling the inequities of generational wealth that need to come before that, if that makes sense. Can we get to the Colorado thing? Yes, we can. You do realize the top 20% already pay 80% of the taxes? I think that the top 20% should be paying an awful lot more. Look, my position on taxation is that we should have a progressive taxation system such that billionaires are basically non-existent. There should not be a concentration of wealth that threatens the stability of countries. And what we have right now, especially with like the SpaceX IPO coming up, Elon Musk is going to potentially be worth over $1 trillion. There is an existential threat there to basically any political system he decides he doesn't like. And I think that that is a huge problem that needs to be addressed. No one person should have that much power. How do I feel about data centers? I think AI is a scam, and I think data centers are extraordinarily bad, just in general. So that's kind of where I'm at. Tax their assets. Well, yeah, I do think that there needs to be a wealth tax, not just like an income tax. I think like there needs to be like a certain at a certain level of wealth, a progressive taxation comes into play that taxes you on your overall net worth or wealth by some measure. I'm open to fiddling with those details, of course. All right. Are you guys ready? We are going to dive in to the Colorado governor debate. I think you guys are going to enjoy this. Hopefully, we are able to get through it. I'm real excited. What safeguards would be in place to ensure the government doesn't become too powerful since it survives intergenerationally? Democracy. The safeguard to a government acquiring more power is democracy. Is a democracy that is free from, essentially monetary corruption, which is not the kind of democracy we have in the United States right now, sadly. The amount of money spent to lobby the government and spent on elections is criminal, in my mind. So you have term limits, and you have a ban on money in politics, and I think that would solve a great deal of many problems. Not all of them, but quite a few. Repeal Citizens United. Yeah, repeal Citizens United would be a great start, but we also had a lot of problems with money in politics prior to Citizens United as well. And that's something that I think we can only take care of by having progressive taxation on wealth. All right. Let's dive into it, folks. So, folks, there is a state in the United States of America called Colorado. The state of dreams, probably. And they have a slew of MAGA candidates running to be governor of Colorado. They had a primary debate a little over a week ago. And I thought we'd take a look at it. Because guess who's moderating this debate? That's right, folks. It's the best newsman in the biz. The best local newsman. And his name is Kyle Clark. And I really wish at this point we had some kind of theme song for Kyle Clark. I feel like Jazz Dog could get on this and make some kind of theme song for Kyle. I think Kyle is a recurring character on the stream at this point, and we really should honor him with some kind of musical stinger. Kyle the man, indeed. Let's dive into it, folks.
Colorado's Republican Party is in the wilderness, shut out in major statewide races for more than a decade, torn apart by infighting and division, and having only elected one Republican governor in Colorado in the last 50 years. 3 candidates hope to change that. State Representative Scott Bottoms, who's brought a MAGA, no-compromises style to the Capitol.
Scott Bottoms, ironically, hated by Bottoms.
State Senator Barb Kirkmeyer, a traditional conservative with decades of deep experience in government. And Ministry Leader Victor Marks, a political newcomer making extraordinary claims about his work as a so-called high-risk missionary overseas. This is Next Presents, the race for governor.
I'm so excited. You guys have no idea. There he is. Also, I don't know. I do apologize to the news people of Colorado. I don't know his co-host's name, but I do appreciate the commitment that he has to tie clips, because I'm pretty sure I've seen him in like multiple debate moderating settings with the same pair of eyeglasses, as like miniature eyeglasses, as a tie clip. And I might be wrong, but I think they mimic directly his actual eyeglasses, which is very funny to me.
Thank you for joining us here at the Cable Center on the beautiful campus of the University of Denver. I'm Kyle Clark from 9 News, here alongside my colleague Marshall Zellinger. Our audience for tonight's Republican gubernatorial
Marshall Zellinger. Remember him, folks.
Debate has politely agreed to refrain from applause or interruption during the debate, with 2 exceptions, one of them being now, when we welcome the 3 candidates on the Republican ballot for governor. State Representative Scott.
Oh, and I should have said at the beginning, if you are enjoying the show, hit the like button, subscribe, hit the follow button, leave a comment, do the things, and also do consider supporting the show. You guys make this show possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. And let's keep on going.
Bottoms, Ministry Leader Victor Marks, and State Senator Barb Kirkmeyer. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here to debate.
What? Why does he have a dog on stage? What?
Welcome to all of you.
I'm already baffled.
Thank you for being here to debate.
A note for everyone watching, except for introductions in all of our debates, we don't refer to candidates using elected or educational titles. You, as voters, will ultimately decide through your ballot if any of these candidates will hold the title of governor. Candidates, you've agreed in advance to a few ground rules. 1-minute answers to most questions. Continued discussion at our discretion. 1-minute closing statements and a chance to ask each other questions as we respectfully explore areas where you agree and disagree.
So let's get right after it. Democrats have run Colorado, single-party control at the state capitol for the last 8 years, 14 of the last 20 years. What is one specific area where you believe that Colorado Democrats have overreached, have lost the support of most Coloradans, and you would enact major change? Ms. Kirkmeyer.
Thank you for the question, and thank you all for participating here tonight and being engaged with us in this conversation. And before we get started, I promised my 6 grandsons that I would give them a shout out. So, hey guys, I'm here. So with that, where have the Democrats overreached? Pretty much in every area. The Democrats in this state, one-party control, have made a complete mess of our state. We're unaffordable, we're unsafe, we are unraveling, and our roads are a mess, for goodness sakes. So I think they've overreached everywhere. What I will do is I have a plan. I have a plan to whip our budget into shape within 6 months, because we do have an issue with our budget where we've had $1.2 to $1.5 billion deficit, a structural deficit year over year that I've been on the Joint Budget Committee. So they've overreached there. The other thing is an area where they've really grossly underserved the people of the state of Colorado is for years, 15 years, this Democrat-led majority in our state balanced the budget on the backs of students. They did it on purpose, where they would cut funding to the schools. That is a constitutional issue to me, and I worked to ensure that we make sure that there is funding, that we're meeting our constitutional requirement. Is my time up? Is that
your time is up? Yep. The countdown clock will be right in front of us. Countdown clock will be right in front of us, as agreed to in the rules. It will count down and it'll turn red towards the end of your time.
Okay.
No worries. Everybody's going to get a little bit of extra time if you want it.
All right. Thank you,
Mr. Bottom. Same question. An area where Dems have overreached, overplayed their hand, lost Colorado, and you will make major change.
Thank you for the question. The simple answer is they've destroyed pretty much everything in our state. To pick one thing that I would put up at the front is day one, I'm going to go back to using the Constitution as our guide rule. We are not a constitutional state anymore. We have completely torn apart the Constitution. I've come down many times in the well at the Capitol at the microphone and argued this, that I've read the Constitution, say you can't pass this bill, you can't do this law. And they've come down, the Democrats have come down to the microphone and said, well, we'll pass a law.
I'm sorry, I'm still hung up on the dog. I'm hung up on the dog because we watched an entire interview with him earlier, Victor Marx in particular, and nowhere in it does he talk about the dog. And I'm Googling furiously here, and it seems like the dog is both a combat dog and a therapy dog. And like I gotta be honest, I'm very confused. There are stories about this dog on CBN.com, right? And like this article from 2018 uncritically regurgitates the idea that Victor Marx is out there rescuing children and women, etc. And he's not willing to divulge any details on these things. But buried in this article is just Marx's canine protector and companion, Scout, also doubles as a therapy dog and will minister to the children one-on-one. That's just a lone sentence with no elaboration in this 2018 article. And like, the only other reference I can find is from 2019 on Fox News. This particular part, which we have to wait for a couple seconds here. It's a short clip. And I'm just baffled by this. Let's see here.
All right, thank you. All right, America's good boy is getting an invite to the White House. The heroic dog, credited with helping take down al-Baghdadi, expected to return to the U.S. next week.
And today we're seeing what these canines can actually do. This dog is Scout, and he has faced off against ISIS fighters. He's been shot at and even held a terrorist at bay. Good boy.
Look at that. Joining us right now with more is owner and Marine veteran and missionary Victor Marx.
Good morning.
Hey,
good
Victor,
morning.
good to see you again.
Now, we're noticing a trend here. This particular breed of dog seems to be the number one used by a lot of the military. The Belgian Malinois.
Correct, yeah. And it's because of their intelligence, athletic ability. But I would let people know the level of training received by Special Operations Forces, it's constant, it's intense, so that they're professional, just like their colleagues they work with. So it's not. I don't recommend people going out and buying a Belgian Malinois, right? Really? Without proper breeding and training. She's from Baden Canine, and they're the ones who really specialize on this.
She's shaking right now. Is it because it's cold, or
no?
Because she's on TV?
She's looking for threats.
Really?
And she's focused in on one.
Why do you have her on a table? Is there a reason?
Easier for us to just overcome.
Okay. So, can you give us an idea of some of the training they do and on the way you keep them active?
Yeah, first of all, it's got to be the breeding, right? And then the training is all the basics. Because if you can't control a dog, and the main thing is their attention, they have to have focus or they won't be able to do the commands.
Now, we know that that dog that is unnamed, but we've seen the picture, chased Baghdadi into a dead-end tunnel. Now, you've got an assistant who's going to assist us right now to show what it's like for a controlled bite, right?
Correct.
So explain what we're about to see.
So the focused intensity that she has
There's
is
your
what...
friend.
Look, she's ready.
Come, Foos up. Let's go.
We were going to have
And,
Brian do
we'll
this,
say
but
she
we
will
thought better.
protect you.
Okay.
So watch him. Take. Good.
Whoa.
Good, Scout. Good, Scout. Good. Out.
So, okay, so it's also an attack dog. Just to be clear. All right. Cool. She's a retired military dog. Yeah. I do find it weird to bring a dog to a debate that is trained to attack human beings.
You sue us. In other words, they don't care about the rule of law. They don't care about statute. They don't care about Constitution. Well, we're just going to go back to the Constitution. That affects Tabor. That affects Second Amendment. That affects parental authority, children. That affects water rights. That affects everything. And so we're just going to do a silly little thing called the Constitution.
Would you like a little extra time, or you want to save it for later?
No, I give it to Mr. Marks.
All right, very good. Mr. Marks. Same question to you. Area where the Dems have overreached and lost the majority of Coloradans.
Well, I better preface this by saying I'm not a politician.
Well, you are tonight.
Do I look like it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll try.
You're running for fucking governor, dude. Do I look like a politician?
Harder not to. You know, for me, I believe the difference between being a politician is one of the reasons why we're here. I'm a leader. I have experience working with governments. I'm a negotiator, not a debater. That's the difference I think we're going to see tonight. As far as overreach, I think the people...
He's genuinely doing the joke from Community. He's doing the Jeff Winger from fucking Community. Oh my God, you're right, Jazz Dog.
Colorado can clearly, without reservation, talk about the overreach. The housing isn't affordable anymore. Teenagers graduate from high school and they leave. They can't come back because of the cost of living. We're not safe like we used to be. And they've certainly overreached and taken our freedoms away and liberties. So this is a great time. And it's exciting about what can happen through the next election.
Mr. Marks, thank you. For any of you to have the chance to pull off the upset in November's general election, you'll need to unite Republicans and attract support from unaffiliated voters. But Scott Bottoms and Barb Kirkmeyer, you have both said that you will not support Victor Marks if he is your party's nominee for governor. Mr. Bottoms, you have described Mr. Marks as a con man. That's a pretty serious charge. Why don't you take 1 minute to explain why, and then Mr. Marks will have 1 minute to respond.
This is why I like Kyle Clark a lot. Like, even when he is moderating a debate, like, there are some great and very direct questions that get asked. And I think that's necessary. We need Kyle Clark to gain national prominence so that he moderates national level debates. All right? We need it.
Yeah, I stand by that. I also said he was corrupt, and I also said he lies, and he lied to me personally quite a few times. And so I stand by that. I can't put somebody like that any more than I can put a Democrat into the governor's seat. I'll support Senator Kirkmeyer. We don't see eye to eye, but I don't think she's corrupt. All of the allegations going on out there, you got to be blind or naive or something not to at least believe a handful of these. And I also have talked to people in CIA, FBI, State Department. They've confirmed a lot of these things to me personally. In fact, some of your reporters got their information from me. And so the idea that I'm going to support that, I can't do it. He conned my church. I'm not okay with that, and I'm going to stand against that 100%.
How specifically did he con your church?
He came and told me that he rescued, the term he used was rescued, not gave teddy bears to. but he rescued 45,000 people in over 100 situations, 30 countries. And that was a lie.
Mr. Bottoms, thank you. Mr. Marks, your response.
You're mean. You know, this is the same rhetoric as someone who's desperate, who's already lost.
Salazar, send an email to the White Forest folks. They should be able to get you sorted on that one.
And the things that he says, I can just say this: accusations without evidence is nothing more than gossip or a lie. And if those things were so bad that you personally were offended, as a pastor, according to the Word of God, aren't you supposed to come to me directly versus start to publicize it?
Yeah, Salazar, sorry about that. Like, I don't know why, but it does seem to happen sometimes. Shoot them an email, and they should be able to sort you out.
I actually reached out to you. The reference where
And let me know if they don't get back to you, and I'll make sure that I get an answer from them. But they should also get back to you.
I think you got your feelings hurt is the night before I announced, Scott, you said, we got to talk. So when we talked, you
The
said,
Republicans do want to use the Polish veto to override the legislature. That's why none of them bring it up.
I mean, it's true. That's true. Like, Jared Polis is... I despise him. I despise him quite a bit. Winbeep,
hug.
Thank you for rectifying the error in the meantime while Salazar looks to get an answer from White Forest. Appreciate you. And thanks for supporting the show.
don't announce you're running. I said, why not? And you said, well, I had thoughts about you being my lieutenant governor. And I said, I can't, Scott. You said, why not? I said, because you can't win. And I stand by that.
Ms. Kirkmeyer, you have also said that you will not support Mr. Marks. We're going to let Ms. Kirkmeyer speak here. You've also said that you will not support Mr. Marks if he's your party's nominee. Why not? And what's that going to mean for Republicans in down ballot races if your party is visibly split over your nominee for governor?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question. Our party is already split. And it's already going to be an issue if Mr. Marks is the nominee and on the ballot. I think we'll lose every down ballot race there is with him on there. I think it'll be a replay of 2010, similar to Dan Mays, and it could be the extension of the Republican Party. But the reason I have said that I will not support Mr. Marks is because, one, I mean, he is unqualified, but that's not really the reason. It's because he's unfit. By his own words, he has said he's unfit. He talks about homicidal and suicidal tendencies. Makes me a little worried about, being in rooms with him, that quite frankly, he's a fraud. He makes up these tall tales, these tall stories, and I just don't believe them. And even when you have asked him these questions directly, he just doesn't answer them. And lastly, if you can't keep your word to show up to a debate, to show up to a forum that you committed to, I'm thinking you can't keep your word on anything. And that's why I won't support you. You can't keep your word. I can't trust you. You're unfit. You're unqualified. You think you're an outsider? You're not an outsider. You're a politician. You've entered the ring right now. So you're a politician. You don't get to keep claiming.
I wasn't expecting this from Barbara, but she came in swanging. She came in swanging.
I'm an outsider. That's just your way of saying you don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Marks, would you like to respond to what Ms. Kirkmeyer said?
Sure. Kind of mean, too, Barbara.
Honest. I'm
honestly, just because a person doesn't believe the truth, it doesn't make it a lie. And there are so many tens of thousands of people that we've helped over the years. And when either one of you declare that I'm not telling the truth, then you...
Tens of thousands of people. In the one-on-one interview that Kyle Clark did with this man, he refused to list any number of people that he actually helped or how he helped them.
You have to go against Mark Osgeist.
Who is this guy? This guy has an entire career based around being like a combat expert, as well as a minister, as well as like a special operations missionary, and he talks about having saved tens of thousands of people in other countries, going into dangerous situations to like free them from some ill-defined threat. And it's just, he doesn't really give specifics, and it kind of seems like he's been running like a decades-long scam off of people who aren't going to ask him too many inconvenient questions.
13 hours. You have to go against.
Oh, and by the way, the combat that he claims to be an expert in is called, what is it called here? Yes. Cajun karate. He's literally an Always Sunny in Philadelphia character. Also, when you look up what is Cajun karate, this is the #1 result from 2004. After years of punching people, pimping prostitutes, and pushing his weight around Louisiana, gumbo gangster and bust-em-up bouncer Carl William Marks Sr. one day saw the light. Finally freed from a Cajun prison built of ego and pride, Marks stopped sinning, but he kept fighting. Only this time, he was punching for the Lord, teaching people the homemade brand of Cajun karate he cooked up and peppered with ample helpings of loving self-defense. Jesus Christ is the difference, Mark said, a cadence dripping with the thick, sweet rhythm of the bayou. Mark said he was born again in the image of the only man who's ever brought him to his knees and then lifted him up with salvation. When I was a criminal, we had a code. We don't mess with the family. You mess with us, we mess with you. We don't go after wives and children. Also, just like hanging alone here. Nowadays, Marx is saddened by stories of drive-bys and random shootings where innocent people regularly die. As opposed to in the past when he found joy in stories about that. This is AI. I swear to God, this was the #1 result when I Googled Cajun karate. All right. That's why, unlike the founder of godless Marxism, with whom he shares a name and maybe a distant family connection, Marx vows to spread the word of the Lord everywhere he goes, the best way he knows, through a brand of 100% American Christian karate he founded that might cause some Christians to cringe. This really feels like that episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia where they invent fight milk. That's what this feels like. I'm dying. It's this is so much better than I ever thought it could be. Like, we'll just finish looking at this. This is from the Santa Maria Times, by the way. In Marx's good book, breaking noses for Jesus does not violate any of the 10 commandments. Bad boys beware. The girl, I say, when these guys come on you and they try to get close to you with all this, I love you, let's do it, break his nose. Marx has no time for boys or men who disrespect girls or women. Such behavior is a sin against God, and Marx will have none of it. To me, that's an insult, and she should break his nose. Sitting in the cluttered office of his Santa Maria karate school, Marx chuckled at the thought of good girls standing up for themselves by using one of the serious swamp fighting techniques he learned growing up in red-hot crawdaddy country and developed during the decades he ran amok as a hardcore brawler, boxer, and street fighter. Incredible things happening in Colorado.
My wife, my children. You have to go against thousands of people that have followed me for decades and prove them wrong, including the Denver Post, who contacted.
He literally stole that from Resident Evil 7 DLC. It was published in 2004, so it looks to me like Resident Evil 7 DLC took from Victor Marx.
Dave Eubank. Today, this morning, while Dave is in Burma fighting and caring for people, and they said, what Victor Marx said, is it true? Was he shot at? Did he shoot? Did he? Dave said yes.
Also, he got asked whether or not he's ever killed a man, and he did not answer it straight. Like, this man's crazy. Like, genuinely insane.
He's the one who brought me in. So you'll have to call Dave Eubank a liar as well. To me, I wish that y'all wasn't so emotionally invested in this.
Born Again Cajun cooks up Christian karate was my first Google result, a news story. Yeah, that's the news story we just read.
And I'll apologize first to you. This wasn't supposed to happen. An outsider who no one knew wasn't supposed to step into this race and ruin your next step of being a professional politician. And I
Peace, sir. Thank you for the gifted membership.
mean it. I'm sorry. And Scott, well, you didn't have a chance anyway, but I know it still bothered you. And I never meant to hurt either one of y'all's feelings. It's just I didn't think y'all could win. And if somebody doesn't win that Republican chair as governor, there's a lot of people going to continue to move out and continue to suffer.
So, Mr. Marks, that apology, if you want to call it that, is indicative of the disrespect that you have shown to your opponents throughout this race. You called them, quote unquote, inconsequential. You certainly may feel like you're the best candidate suited to be governor, but why dismiss people with years and decades of government experience by calling them inconsequential on national television? They've been elected to represent Coloradans.
Well, what's your definition of inconsequential?
It was your words, so you tell me what you meant.
What I meant by it is regarding the race and winning the governor's seat, neither one of
No, it's absolutely the same. It's absolutely the same. Victor Marx. This is from ColoradoPolls.com, and again, talking about Victor. I keep saying Karl Marx. Victor Marx and his Cajun karate school.
them could.
Salon.com also has an article about him being an expert in Cajun karate, which I'll link in chat here for you right now as well. It's the same fucking guy. God, I love the host. Kyle Clark is the best in the biz.
Which is the whole reason why I entered. Listen, getting into this political field and running for governor, this is not a promotion for me. This is me stepping away from what I've known and how I've served people, stepping into a realm that, quite frankly, I had no interest in. But the pain, the suffering of Coloradans that are watching, that 6'7" dude that I met 3 days ago at an arm wrestling match who came up to me, guarantee you he was 320 if he was a pound.
Why are you talking about a 320-pound arm wrestler, dude? What are you talking about?
Said, I make $80,000 a year, Mr. Marks. I can't afford to buy a house. I have 3 children. What are you going to do to help us?
Just to clarify, you said you don't believe that they can win, but if Mr. Bottoms or Ms. Kirkmeyer is your party's nominee, you will support them?
In Victor Marx's world, your height and strength dictate the amount of rights you have in his society.
100%.
Okay.
That's what we call a good Republican.
Thank you.
We'll get back to the feelings. We'll get back. We agreed to no applause. Thank you. We'll get back to your feelings for each other, but let's talk about something that you all agree on, surprisingly, as I heard in your first answer, is affordability. And that's an area that, across party lines, people have agreed is a top concern. If you're elected, it's highly likely you'll be working with a Democrat-led state legislature, or at least a split legislature. So please speak to both what you intend to do alone through the power of the executive and what you think you can realistically get done with Democrats through legislation. Ms. Kirkmeyer, what can you do single-handedly as governor?
Oh shit, wait, I'm sorry, Victor Marx is actually Victor Marx Jr.? He has his dad was the first, like, the founder of Cajun karate, so like he's carrying on the legacy of Cajun karate. Oh my god. Oh my god. Some homespun Cajun karate moves, a legacy. A new American martial art.
To bring down the cost of living in Colorado, and what can you convince Democrats to do along with you?
So
Samantha Maeve, I would give so much to see.
This Cajun karate shit sounds lame as asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Counterpoint Olympians, I would give so much to see some kind of home video production of the Cajun Karate Kid, right? Give us the Karate Kid, but made on a $0 budget, and instead of learning karate, he learns Cajun karate, all right? And he learns to punch boys on the nose if they get too fresh with the ladies. And he punches them with the power of Christ.
Thank you for the question. What I can do alone is this.
Sauce on, sauce off.
There are over 300 boards and commissions that the governor gets to make appointments to. Those boards and commissions develop the...
I hear one of the most advanced moves is throwing a fistful of crawdads at him.
Rules and regulations for every industry in this state, essentially. So a governor picks those appointments. A governor gets to select those individuals, and I will on day one.
How is this guy, like, even in the running? This is insane. This is insane.
Yeah, but that sounds like a Christian karate, and Christian karate is just lame.
Oh yeah? If Christian karate is lame, explain... Explain this.
Name?
Oren. The rival
Where are you
gym
from?
practices jambalaya judo and calls themselves crawfish kai.
That is so good, Sake. We need to get a treatment together ASAP. I'm sure we can find some basic funding for this. It's brilliant. I love it.
You don't look like you're from Canaan.
I know where I'm from.
You have to weaken them all and you win the fight. You cannot fight only with...
This is the progenitor of Christian karate, or Cajun karate.
Fists. You must use this organ too.
You're gonna be Suarez champion fighter. Just don't lose focus.
Use whatever time you have to train and heal.
Take him out!
And no distractions.
What do you do for work?
I'm an apprentice.
Oh, for who?
Come. Follow me.
I kick ass for the Lord. It's literally the embodiment of Mac from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Do you think it's true what people say about him? He's not like anyone I've ever worked with. Does Carpenter paying you? He takes care of what I need.
There are many good life lessons to be learned from sport. If this is your gift, can you cultivate it to positively affect those around you? To let your light shine? Jerusalem Invitational, 400 denarii.
None of this is ours if you don't keep fighting.
For that money, I would jump in the fight.
You really enjoy it?
It's not just the fight. It's training, walking out of each fight knowing that I defeated whatever they put in front of me.
You are aware of his miracles?
He's a carpenter, son of a carpenter.
No. Look further.
So why help me?
And he helped me by casting a miracle on me. A miracle that allowed me to lay on hands in the arena.
Nobody.
But instead of to heal, it was to harm.
You're somebody to me.
And of course, at the end of the film, we finally learn Baby Yoda's real name.
Go in and start looking through all of those boards. I'll have experts that are working with me, people from the industry that work with me, and we'll start putting people on those boards that will actually start calling back some of the regulations that have truly increased the unaffordability in our state. Also, as a governor, the Department of Public Health, they're supposed to be giving out wastewater permits, for sewer.
Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I'm sorry. I got distracted by how good Jambalaya Judo was and Crawfish Kai. Got too distracted. That was great. But also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And also, thank you for making this show possible. Appreciate you.
5 years behind. I don't understand why this governor hasn't gone in and told his department to get to work and come to work, quite frankly, but also to get to work and get those permits out. So that's something else that I can do, is direct and lead my departments, because I understand what they should be doing and I can make sure that they are doing it.
Real quickly,
And with regard
what did you do with Democrats?
What I've done with Democrats is very simple. I have worked across the aisle for the betterment of every Coloradoan in this state, and I have delivered. I've worked with Senate Democrats from Arvada, from Thornton, from pretty much everywhere in the state. And I, working with a Democrat, did the largest property tax cut in the state's history. Now, I know people are frustrated because your property taxes still went up, but it was a decrease.
As lame as asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
I don't know. You gotta account for VeggieTales.
And what would have been a huge increase in your property taxes, not once, not twice, to work on affordability in the state, to ensure that those seniors and those...
Yeah, she's like a moderate, traditional Republican. She's like the closest to not MAGA Republicans are gonna get in Colorado, and something tells me she's not gonna get very far.
Those college students who are graduating, that you might have an opportunity to afford a home at some point in your life here in the state, and that seniors were able to stay in their home.
Ms. Kirkman, I'm glad you corrected yourself when you said tax cut, because we all know the way you defined it is the way I've been defining it. Mr. Marks, you brought up affordability in your first answer. So what do you do unilaterally, no other help, as governor through the executive order? And what do you think Democrats would actually join you on?
Well, great question, and thanks for doing that tax cut. We benefited from it. I appreciate that.
No, you did.
He does seem like he's on something.
You know, the cost of living, that's probably the biggest thing on people's hearts and minds right now. The pain point, it doesn't matter whether you're Democrat, Republican, or Independent. We're just all Coloradans, and we all feel the pain of this. You have to do an assessment of why is it unaffordable? Why are the taxes so high? Why are fees strangling us? Why is it difficult to build as a home builder because of the delay of permits? Go back to I call it the mother lode. It's the budget. It's the need to charge Coloradans on every aspect they can, because those folks under the Golden Dome, they've got an addiction to spending, and that's the problem.
It's so true. The problem, the reason everything sucks right now is because the government is spending too much money on helping people do things in Colorado. So we need to fix that by cutting government spending because reasons.
I asked for something specific, real briefly. I didn't hear any specific answer.
You didn't? Maybe I didn't hear it well. How am I going to do what?
Well, I have.
Maybe I didn't hear it well. Oh, this man is not okay.
Given you a minute to talk about as an executive order or something you would do with Democrats. I'll give you about 10 more seconds.
Thanks. I simply negotiate with people to accomplish a greater good, like I've done all over the world. Just because other people haven't done it in the past doesn't mean I can't.
Mr. Bottoms, the same question about doing something through executive order as the.
Yeah, he's not running on all cylinders, Harold. Absolutely not.
Solo power as the governor versus getting Democrats to do something along with you, which is kind of against your brand right now, that you've made it your brand to be not really compromising in the legislature. What would you do specifically with Democrats?
Yeah, that's good that you do notice that. There are certain things that I won't compromise with Democrats no matter what.
I am curious why he seems to be wearing sunglasses inside. Are those like Meta Ray-Bans? What are those? Like, is he doing like
also,
some kind
on a
of...
side note, it's refreshing to have them have a large shot clock with feedback on timing. Shot clocks have existed for 50+ years in sports.
Yeah, like I don't know, like the way that Colorado moderates debates should be everywhere. This should be the norm. The debate moderation here is top tier. Their glasses with the tint. But why though? It's just a strange look, I guess.
That's with children and Tabor and Second Amendment, things like that. There's a lot of Democrats in the House, and I'm sure in the Senate too, that are really ready to break away from their party, but there's a lot of monolithic control going on there. And I've had these conversations with many of them that they would love to vote for a little bit more local control, a little bit more deregulation. Well, we can do some of that through executive order day one. You can deregulate certain things, and then you do have to spread out into the agencies to do that.
Jack say go Avalanches.
Go Avalanches! Thank you for the $5 super chat.
But I would say the number one thing is to deregulate, and then we have to attack property taxes. If we don't attack property taxes...
So, slash regulations and then lower property taxes is the solution here. Cool. The regulations that like keep products safe and like buildings safe and all that. It seems bad.
And maybe somehow institute or reinstitute Gallagher or a form of Gallagher or something like that. That would actually kind of turn the...
I still want the timer on the screen though. I want to see their podiums change color on low time and game show it up a bit, including mic muting and physical
physical challenges. I think they should project the timer behind them for the sake of the audience and just for really hammer it home visually. I think that would be a good idea. I'm not so sold on the physical challenges, but like maybe every debate can end with them using like the soft pole weapons from the most dangerous sport in Star Trek. What's it called? I forget what it's called. Parisi Squares? I think it's Parisi Squares. The thing that Riker does with his dad. Where they smack each other with padded sticks. And then they have to dress up like this. I think that all politicians should have to go through a gauntlet of fighting each other in Parisi Squares.
The process over fairly quickly, I think. And I don't have to do a study with people. I've been in the House long enough to know how it works.
Thank you, Mr. Buttons.
Now some questions to each of you about...
Also, can I just say it has always bothered me that Parisi Squares has nothing to do with squares. Like everything that is worn in Parisi Squares is round. The weapons are round, the armor is round, the arena is round. It makes me really upset.
How you lead. Mr. Marks, you have said that your qualification to be governor is that you are a CEO who builds solid teams. But I've noticed that when errors happen, you blame your teams. Your campaign website falsely claimed that you had rescued more than 45,000 women and
If you make it to the final 2 candidates, you earn the right to enter the Olmec's temple and try to retrieve the legendary artifact. The legendary artifact, by the way, it's called democracy.
children. You won't say what the real number is, but you blame the website builder. Your social media account falsely claimed you've gone on more than 130 rescue missions. You won't say what the real number is, but you blamed your media agency. You sent out mailers falsely claiming to be a retired Marine. You blamed the printing vendor. Your campaign finance filing was such a mess you had to refile the whole thing, and you blamed a young math teacher working with your campaign. Question. If your qualification to be governor is that you build good teams, what should voters make of your team's basic errors and the way you deflect responsibility?
Kyle fucking Clark just sitting on that, taking his time, lining up the shot. Just absolutely, what an annihilating question. All politicians should have to answer questions like that.
Well, let's go to the biggest question. How many kids have I rescued? That's the one you came and interviewed me on, and which was a good interview. Thank you for the time. I think your editors got excited about the way they leaned into that one to create a bias. Here's the total number of kids I've rescued. Not enough.
Oh my God. Fuck off, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? It's a valid question. People just want to know how many children you've saved when you make that claim. Dude.
That's it.
He's like Neo from the Matrix dodging, and the entire room fucking claps for him. It's insane. He's getting applause.
For folks who want to pigeonhole me on stuff that will absolutely cause safety issues for our team still out there, I won't do it.
How would saying a number of how many kids you saved, how would that endanger anybody?
But in the realm of leadership, everything falls back on me. I simply, when we assess where there was a failure, we put it where it is, we correct it, we find the solution, and we move forward. That's all I've done, Kyle.
What should voters make of the fact that your teams make such fundamental errors about core issues of who you are, what you've done, and what you're doing in this race for governor?
Well, I don't think it's fundamental core issues of who I am. I think it's errors done by an independent contractor on the website. So that was corrected. I think it was done by when they uploaded into the tracer. Other people had issues too. They corrected it within a day.
Mr. Bottoms, back to your relationship in the legislature. In 4 years, you sponsored 20 bills. Only one passed and became law, and it was a commemorative license plate. 14 of your bills have had no other prime sponsor, and only the license plate bill made it past the first committee. All the others died the first step of the way. You frame it as being a no-compromise conservative. It also means you don't get anything done. Is that how you'll lead?
Oh God, is it, man, this is from, ballots go out June 8th. Oh no. Who's leading in the primaries? Poll by Signal Research and Polling on behalf of Freedom IEC, an independent expenditure committee supporting Minister and Marine veteran Victor Marks. He polled the highest among GOP gubernatorial candidates with 59%. State Senator Barbara Kirkmeyer had 15%, and State Representative Scott Bottoms had 6%. Fuck, man. Conservatives in this country are broke. Just absolutely broke. Oh, God.
As governor?
So the license plate bill always surprises me because I forget I was on that. That wasn't presented to me until late in second reading, and they tried to use that as leverage against me. I told them to take my name off. But even my children kind of give me a hard time. You're saving the state one license plate at a time. But the other bills that I've run, these are bills to stop transgender surgeries, to put pedophiles in jail for life, to stop human trafficking, to make parents the decision maker on any kind of surgery or process or whatever. And I've run actually a couple of bills on each of those subjects. I've also tried to keep boys out of girls' sports. So that's the reason they were voted no against. When I become governor, we will have quite a few more Republican seats, and there's many Republicans ready to cross the aisle and vote with us on some of these issues, and that's how I'll do it.
They're just waiting for you to become governor to agree with you.
No. They've already agreed with me. They came and told me that, but...
What a top tier, follow-up.
As cathartic as Kyle's skewering is, I remember him doing an even more brutal one on the Colorado 4 Boebert debate, and she still won that district.
Yeah, he did a good job in that debate, but Colorado conservatives are built different. Though to be fair, Boebert only barely won. She only won by 1%. Might have even been less. It was close. But yeah. I mean, Kyle can only do so much. And also, one thing I respect about Kyle is that he throws punches towards Republicans and Democrats. He cares about the truth, which is why he's Colorado's greatest local newsman.
If you understand how the House works, they are told how to vote, when to vote. They are a monolith. And I've watched the governor's guy come down into the House.
I'm a socialist writer in that strict. We activated now. Fuck yeah, Fanny Longlegs.
And pull some of them out when they're starting to vote a little different. An hour later, they come back up and they are squared away. We've had many Democrats tell us, if I vote this way, the Democrat Party will primary me and I will not be elected.
Thank you, Mr. Bottoms.
Ms. Kirkmeyer, you have been in government for decades. You've been at the State House since 2020, a period in time in which a lot of Colorado Republicans think this state has gone to hell in a handbasket. How do you convince Republican primary voters that you aren't, at best, ineffective at stopping the Democrats or at work?
Don't do anything but provide a microphone to those who have larger-than-life personalities, and American loves a larger-than-life personality.
I mean, that could be. But also, it's important for candidates to be able to get up and face their adversaries in a debate format. I think that's a pretty core component of what it means to be in a healthy democracy. And I would argue that the real reason debates are broken in America is because big money has basically propped up an awful lot of candidates and paid for an awful lot of propaganda to normalize absolutely insane conservative candidates.
First, part of the problem.
Part of the problem and not stopping Democrats? I'm sorry.
Certainly. How do you convince your Republican primary voters to put you in as governor when you haven't been able to stop what Democrats have done in this state over the last 10 to 20 years?
Sure. So first of all, I served as a county commissioner for a total of 20 years in Weld County. When I left my county, I led it to zero debt. We were in great shape. We had over $100 million in our contingency fund balance to make sure that we could make it through any recession. So I have been a leader. I've been a great leader. I have, again, working across the aisle, because I'll work with whoever I need to work with, regardless of what side of the aisle they're on, to make sure that we will be able to move our state forward. So I've worked with Democrats to ensure, one, one, that we've stabilized the healthcare safety net, because that's extremely important, because we're in a crisis mode right now, that I have cut property taxes, both as a county commissioner and as a state senator. And when it comes to the budget, that budget, I have worked with Democrats again across the aisle, but I've made sure that we do have a balanced budget, that we are working to cut spending. Have I got as much cuts as I want? No, but I'm in the minority. But being one of the most powerful people on the Joint Budget Committee and working that budget over to get the cuts that I've been able to cut, to rein in Democrats, to bring in programs and cut programs like we have in the last couple of years.
Man, like, it must really suck to be a Republican because you can't actually point to anything good that you've done. It's all, we are cutting programs that people rely on and use, and somehow that is what should convince you that we're effective leaders. We saw you all struggling, drowning under a sea of debt, and we said, "That's awesome, man," and high-fived you on your way down to the bottom.
I think demonstrate to Republicans and to independents and unaffiliates and even to Democrats that I'm a leader that can get the job done on day one.
Skirkmeyer, thank you. Mr. Bottoms, you have claimed without offering evidence that there are 45,000 to 50,000 Tren de Aragua gang members in Colorado, mostly in...
The last 3 elections in Colorado 3 have also been won and lost by tiny margins. Saul Sandoval lost by 291 votes in the primary to Frisch, who lost to Hurd by 18 KI.
Yeah, like, unfortunately, so much of our political world is controlled by a handful of districts where there are, like, 100 people who are gonna show up, you know? Saul Sandoval. Indeed. Like, we almost got good things. But, like, genuinely, part of the reason I try and activate folks to get involved with, like, their local elections and local political space is because when you guys actually show up and start organizing with people in your local community, you can get the kind of turnout that will turn elections like that. Like, if 1 or 2 additional people had been active at that time, it, like, the door knocking and phone banking could have genuinely made the difference in who got elected there. Could have changed the course of that region. It's frustrating. But you guys actually do make a difference when you get involved.
Rural areas, which is odd because that's 10 to 20 times the worldwide membership of the gang, according to the U.S. government. You also say that sheriffs in Colorado are preparing to deputize people who have special forces experience to go and fight this foreign army. I reached out to every single sheriff in Colorado. Not one said you're telling the truth. A couple of them laughed you right out of the room.
Shit, Doug. Kyle Clark, you reach out to every single sheriff in Colorado. That's crazy.
Do you stand by your claim, and will you finally present your evidence tonight?
Yeah, this is the first half of your question, the 45,000. So I actually went back because I was told that by 2 ICE agents. So I went back and I talked to federal authorities, actually this week, federal officers, and they said I got that wrong. That what they said was actually happening is 45,000 Venezuelans came directly to Denver and then applied for asylum, and they said there's probably 60 or 70,000 Venezuelans, not cartel, but just Venezuelans. And I said, okay, so I'm going to have to go on Kyle Clark's show and say that differently. And they said, but we do know there's a few thousand cartel in the state of Colorado. That is, I got that one wrong. I misunderstood what the ICE agent was saying, so I checked it out.
Dog, you got fact-checked by ICE. The government agency that right now is most known for lying its ass off in court. That's crazy. That's crazy. I got caught in the lie and ICE had to correct me. Jesus. by an ICE agent, the people who can't read, right? Like, man, like that's disqualifying right there. That on its own.
On this week. Now, going to all the 65 sheriffs in all the counties, I've talked to a couple that said you never called them. You want me to give you some names?
We emailed every single sheriff's office multiple times. We heard back from 40 of the more than 60 sheriffs. And the sheriffs that we heard back from did not support your claims. The one sheriff that you name-checked in your lengthy response to us, Teller County Sheriff Jason Meixel, who was a previous candidate for governor, said you're confused about things you see on the news, which I...
But people who are qualified and uncharismatic get outperformed in polling and elections by people who are unqualified and charismatic people. Like, these are charisma debates, not policy debates.
Well, yeah, but charisma is part of the job. Like, in order to be a politician, you have to be liked. Like, very few politicians get put into office purely because of their policy. You gotta have both. And that's kind of always been part and parcel with democracy.
I believe you just confirmed when you said you couldn't tell the difference between the 45,000 Venezuelans who came to Colorado and 45,000 Tren de Aragua gang members, which do not exist in the whole wide world.
So I'm right about the fact that not all 65 told you that.
Absolutely. What I said was that
15 didn't.
What I said was that we couldn't find one who says you're telling the truth.
That's a funny way to spin that.
Would you like to name the one?
Dude.
Ones who support your claim.
I don't have to now. You just did. 15.
No, those are 15 that didn't respond, sir. That's not how math and logic work. Would you...
Oh my God. Kyle, he's already dead. He's polling at 6%.
Would you like to list the sheriffs who publicly will support your claim that they are overrun by TDA gang members and are preparing to deputize special forces?
So when you said that all 65 said that I was making that up and that...
That's not what Kyle said, though. Right? However, an intelligent society wouldn't give a fuck about personalities and more about policies. Sure, but human beings aren't purely rational creatures, and we likely never will be. This is an incredible exchange.
You talked to all 65 and they all said...
No, good grief, sir. That's not what I said. Anybody watching at home can just roll back the tape. I'm not going to respond.
It is just what you said.
What I said was I reached out to every single sheriff in Colorado and not one said you're telling the truth. In fact, we heard from 40 who said that they had no evidence to support your claim. Tonight's your chance. Lay out your evidence.
And 2 weeks ago when you said it on your TV show, you said the same thing. We have the recording. 65 said that
Tonight's
all
the time to lay out your evidence. It feels like you think you've won a clever game here. This is your chance to present your evidence to Colorado that the rural counties are overrun with tens of thousands of TDA members, or to say, whoops, I can't tell the difference between Venezuelans and gang members.
Number one, Kyle Clark, 10 out of 10. Very professional, keeping his cool. But also, like, I've gone over the Venezuelan story, right? Like the story about Tren de Aragua gang members. I went through and debunked TYT's reporting on it like 2 years ago. The video is still on my channel somewhere. And the fact that this guy in 2026 is pushing this idea that there are tens of thousands of gang members from Tren de Aragua all across Colorado, like it boggles the mind. Like if you actually looked into any of this shit, you would know there's no possible way for that to be true.
Well, I already said that.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr.
Bottoms. But you misrepresented the 65. I don't mind you apologizing.
This is going to be difficult because I'm asking for short answers here. So short, think short. I'd like to talk about immigration enforcement. Not a full minute. You're not going to see the countdown. We're going short. If elected, would you seek to roll back Colorado's limit on local law enforcement cooperation with federal immigration enforcement? And would you seek to enroll the Colorado State Patrol in the federal program designed to deputize local and state law enforcement to actively participate in immigration enforcement? I'll start short answer with Mr. Marks.
I love immigration when it's legal, and I think the burden that immigration is put on us. It's part of the issue of affordability. Over $1.4 billion is spent. I think we can work with the feds for proper law enforcement while still showing compassion to those in need. But it's
Dude, it feels like he can barely put words together. It's crazy.
Governor, what I'll do is I'll have a special task force to work with them and go after the criminals, the ones that are here. We'll get them.
Mr. Bottoms.
Yeah,
Dude, you have negative charisma. The issue is he doesn't have negative charisma. Victor Marx has a very specific kind of charisma, which you will find in spades within the evangelical Christian community. Like, this is the kind of, like, what comes across as, like, down home, you know, kind of drawling sincerity, even when it's just straight up lies.
The governor does have the ability to mobilize the National Guard. I will do that.
Yeah, he's speaking drunk uncle, exactly.
Specifically against the Venezuelan cartel in Aurora. We will also, we can use police forces. We can do a lot of things like that. We can actually engage special forces that are active duty under the direction of the president, Article 32. So there's a lot of options we have, but we have to clean up the illegal immigrant issue and the crime and make sure these people are held accountable.
Ms. Kirkmeyer, would you seek to roll back what the Colorado has done to limit cooperation with federal law enforcement?
That sort of logic just is holding humanity back. No, it's not. Like, observing humanity and human behavior as it is not holding humanity back. That's just how people act. Like, the way you phrase things in, like, survey questions matters because it activates different emotional responses. A common way of doing this, seeing this would be like when you phrase Medicare for all differently, or phrase, for example, you get different results if you talk about like Obamacare versus the Affordable Care Act. Like, this happens quite often, right? It's not like to say humans are incapable of rationality, but it is to say that taken as a whole, humans are also emotional creatures. And we react to that shit. I want to be a Vulcan then? You are welcome to become a fictional character if you want.
I would seek to roll that back. And it's a statutory provision, and it goes even farther than just law enforcement. So I would seek to roll that back because there's clearly a conflict between state law and federal law. Yeah. So yes.
And would you try to deputize local law enforcement to help out?
First of all, that's not my role to deputize local law enforcement. They're accountable to the people in the communities that they serve.
Would you do that for Colorado State Patrol?
It would depend. I want to make sure that they're continuing with their job and that they have the ability to work with ICE and work with the federal government on matters of keeping us safe. So yes, I would look at that.
Continuing with short answer, Mr. Bottoms, if elected.
I can't believe Mr. Bottoms made an ass of himself. That's good right there. That was good, Liz Galahad. Thank you for the $2 super chat.
Would you seek to withhold state funding from so-called sanctuary cities, which often have strict limits on cooperation with federal immigration enforcement?
Yeah, I'll definitely withhold funds. Sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, not constitutional, it's illegal. So we might need to put some mayors in jail in the process and some people that are really outside the lines constitutionally. This is not okay to go against federal law.
How would you?
Okay, so we're, all right. This guy's running on jailing your local mayors. I could see why you use that 6%.
You put a mayor in jail?
You call the attorney general and say, put them in jail.
Ms. Kirkmeyer.
Okay, I'm not doing that.
Would you seek to withhold funding from so-called sanctuary cities?
Yes, I would. I would probably consider that, but I'm not sure which funding you're talking about because I don't have the ability as governor to withhold federal funding from local governments. That's not in my role as a governor. So
there are grants that we've seen recently with this administration. There are certain grants that cities and counties can apply for that the legislature and the governor would have control over?
I would consider it, but I also have to consider that the people who live in those communities, whether it's the county or a municipality, those are my constituents as well. And just because maybe their leadership doesn't have it right, or because there is a state law that doesn't work right, doesn't mean that they should be jeopardized and not get the services and the programs that they deserve to get.
So you would disagree with the policy, but you'd let the money continue to flow?
Depends on where it was going, yes.
Mr. Marks.
Well, if you're talking about federal funding, I think it's important.
He's not. He's talking about state funding. I asked.
State funding, not
Funding that you
federal.
would have control over as.
Oh God, he's not even following the fucking questions, guys. Oh God, he's just checking out. He's on a trip on stage.
Governor.
Well, I think we gotta.
Sorry.
No, I appreciate
Sorry.
that. You know what? Yes. The question, the short answer is yes, if the governor has control, because that is taxpayers' money. And I know more Coloradans out there that are suffering because of the sanctuary city policies.
Like what?
Ms. Kirkmeyer, one last thing.
I would just like a follow.
Suffering how exactly? How are Venezuelans being able to live in a city at all negatively impacting other people?
So I was a county commissioner during COVID, and actually Governor Polis told the Weld County commissioners that he was going to withhold grant funds or withhold dollars from us. He didn't know exactly which funds those were, but he said he was going to. And we went after him on that. And it's because we said we would not enforce his policies, his executive order, and so we went after him on that. The people who live in these communities, regardless of who their elected officials are, still deserve to have those grants and still deserve to have those programs because they are taxpayers, and that is where the dollars are coming from. So the governor shouldn't be so short-sighted that he's not going to provide that to the people who live in our state, regardless of where they live and who's in charge.
Thank you, Ms. Kirkmeyer.
Thank you.
Mr. Marks, Governor Jared Polis is Colorado's first Jewish governor. You are running a campaign that explicitly calls for a return to Christian leadership. You tell church crowds that your campaign is an assignment from God and part of a spiritual war. You told me last week, if elected, you will continue to perform exorcisms of a sort where you command demons to be cast off of people, what you call the secret sauce of your $7 million a year ministry. Question, to what extent...
The secret sauce of his Cajun karate ministry? I bet it's delicious. Exorcisms? Yeah, if you haven't seen my coverage of that interview, it's fucking amazing.
Do you think church and state should be separate? And what would it mean for Coloradans to, as you say, put godly leadership back into the Capitol?
Okay, I will grant this. If this man sold a secret demon sauce for Cajun food, I'd probably buy it. I'd probably buy it out of curiosity. Like I bet this guy knows how to make a spicy sauce.
I'm starting to believe you're not a Republican.
It's your time. You can use it however you like, but I'd prefer that you answer the question. What does it mean to return Christian leadership to Colorado?
Well, return Christian leadership versus making a state Christian are two different things. I believe separation of church and state, as originally intended by founders, wasn't to keep the people of faith out of public office, but it was to keep the government out of our faith, whether it's Christian, Jewish, Muslim, or atheist. I've worked with Muslims, Sunni, Shia, Christians, Jewish people. I've worked with all type of faiths. And as governor, I'm a man of the law, but my faith absolutely gives me the moral code to do what I do and the backbone to make the hard decisions in spite of fear of man.
Then why describe it as spiritual warfare? Like if it is just, oh, we want a solid Christian man in leadership who won't push religion on anybody, why are you describing it as a spiritual war? Seems kind of like, I guess I'm a little skeptical. It's nothing, don't worry.
Mr. Marks, thank you. Mr. Bottoms, while we are on the topic of religion and politics, you said that you are deeply honored to have the endorsement of your good friend Joe Oltmann, the MAGA podcaster who has called for the execution by...
Is dodging important in Cajun karate? You know, I would say it's probably the most important skill. He's actually demonstrating it on stage right now. He's just moving so fast you can't see him. All of the pauses between words, that's him dodging. He's moving too fast.
Hanging of Colorado's governor, attorney general, and secretary of state, who he calls synagogue of Satan Jews. You said that Mr. Oltmann would...
What? I'm sorry.
Deeply honored to have the endorsement of your good friend Joe Oltmann, the MAGA podcaster who has called for the execution by hanging of Colorado's governor, attorney general, and secretary of state, who he calls synagogue of Satan Jews.
Oh my God.
You said that Mr. Oltmann would have made a great governor himself, and you endorsed his failed run to become the Colorado Republican Party chairman.
Oh my God.
Do you also believe that Colorado's governor, attorney general, and secretary of state should be arrested, tried, and hanged?
Dodge a wrench, you can dodge a question.
Oh my God. Kyle came fully loaded for this. Holy shit.
And do you also believe that they are synagogue of Satan Jews?
Joe Oltmann and I disagree very strongly on the nation of Israel, very, very strongly. This is our biggest dividing point. We've gone around and around about it. I don't have a problem with the Jewish people at all. In fact, I think as a pastor, I've always backed that. I believe Scripture says that you're supposed to bless Israel or you'll be cursed if you curse Israel. And so I stand strongly with the Jewish people. I also do know that there are indictments coming down pretty soon for Secretary of State Griswold and Attorney General Weiser. Some of this was including Governor Polis. I don't think it has anything to do with them being Jewish. I think it has to do with them being corrupt.
Then why describe it as a synagogue, man? Like, if not anti-Semitic, why anti-Semitism shaped?
And it's specifically for sedition, so in that we saw her Griswold go after Trump to actually be on the ballot. So synagogue of Jews, no.
We have paid attention to Oltmann's Joe Oltmann's podcast in the past, but like, I gotta be honest, I watch so many of these far right freaks. They blur together. And like, god damn it, like that we are at a point where a conservative candidate running for governor of a state is just openly endorsing these far right podcasting freak shows. It's really, really like it shows how far gone conservatism is in America. There are no normal conservatives left as a meaningful movement anymore. It's all fascism.
Can't get behind that statement.
So just to clarify what you're saying, you believe that you have insider information that there will be a federal sedition indictment against Colorado's Secretary of State and Attorney General, sedition being a charge punishable by death. I just want to clarify, that's what you're saying?
Yes, treason. And the indictments are probably going to come down around mid-summer. There's also 4 other investigations.
Do you share your good friend Joe Oltmann's view that they should be tried and, if convicted, executed?
No, I'm not against the death penalty. I'm strongly in favor of the death penalty. But from the things that I've seen in the conversations they have, I don't think that it warrants that level.
And a last question on this. If you're elected governor, would Mr. Oltmann have a role in your administration?
Assuming it's not around Jewish people, probably.
I think some folks are going to find that funnier than others. Marshall?
Let's turn to the issue of taxes in the state budget, which has a $1.5 billion.
Oh my God.
Assuming it's not around Jewish people, probably.
Yeah, he's called for the execution of his political adversaries and hates Jewish people, but we definitely still have him in a position of authority and power. Jesus. This is like people in the MAGA world, they have no principles. None whatsoever.
I think some folks are going to find that funnier than others. Marshall?
Let's turn to the issue of taxes in the state budget, which has a 1.5 billion.
Are Democrats in Colorado having a primary? Yeah, it was a fairly uneventful primary debate. They've had multiple.
$1 billion shortfall. Ms. Kirkmeyer, you're well versed in the budget, being on the Joint Budget Committee. You support a potential ballot issue that would require the state to spend about $700 million a year on roads. Voters have already told lawmakers to spend $350 million on law enforcement. So at what point do you have a responsibility to tell voters the truth that locking up general fund dollars in one place means cuts to areas like K-12 education or Medicaid?
Well, first of all, I got stuck on your words. What point do I think it's important that I tell voters the truth? I've always told voters the truth. And I have told them the truth with regard to every time that the Democrats have gone after TABOR, or Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. For example, I co-chaired the No on HH campaign, so I will tell them the truth. And the issue with our budget isn't that we have a $1.5 billion shortfall. We have a structural deficit. So in other words, it's like, when the parents give the kids the credit cards and they overexpend and they max out the credit cards. In our case, the Democrats are the kids and they've overspent. So we don't have a revenue issue, we have a spending issue. And we have prioritized education because it's a mandate in the Constitution, and I would continue with that. But what has happened over the course of the last 4 years that I've been on the Joint Budget Committee is the governor comes in with a budget request that is not balanced, and then I have to sit there and fight with Democrats for about 6 months to get it into line, and we have to determine where our priorities are. And they like to go off and spend money on things that we shouldn't be spending.
Man, that sure is a lot of words to not answer the question, which seems to be pretty straightforward, which is, if you spend money in one place, you can't spend money in another place. So why aren't you being upfront about that reality?
Money on, basically, that are not core functions of government.
Just real quickly, when would it become a spending problem? If you're locking up some money over here and you can't touch that, isn't that a spending problem?
No. It's not. And in fact, when Proposition, 130 was passed, that said $350 million would have to go, of our general fund money would have to go to the recruitment, training, and retention of law enforcement officers at the local level. I was the one who marshaled that bill through. Everybody said, oh my God, this is going to kill our budget. We can't do this. We did do it. We found a way to do it. And it simply goes back to, we have revenues coming in, we have funding, it's a spending problem, and there's a crisis of priorities.
Thank you, Ms.
I can't believe she did so poorly at answering that question. Barbara, what the hell?
Sure.
Mr. Bottoms, you're calling for Colorado to eliminate property taxes, which exclusively fund local services like schools and fire departments, hospitals, county roads and bridges. This would create a more than $15 billion budget gap. But you have said that Colorado could actually recoup $20 billion by ending taxpayer funding for abortion, transgender surgeries, quote-unquote illegal immigrant abortions, which feels redundant, and illegal immigrant programs and plans. So can you explain to folks?
Jesus. What's crazy to me is that this is not isolated to Colorado. This idea that you can simply cut things, like, oh, we'll cut all the money for abortion, or we'll cut all the money that's being wasted on undocumented immigrants. But like, they don't have facts or figures related to how much the state is spending on undocumented immigrants. And to the extent that they do have any, it indicates a far lower amount of money being spent in those ways. Like, trans surgery, that's not even good. That's probably not even going to break like 100 million, right? Like, and I feel like 100 million is being very, very generous. That's probably going to be like around $10 million, maybe. And when you start looking at like abortion, Colorado State not spending that much money on abortion either. And Colorado is also not spending a whole lot of money on like services for undocumented immigrants. Like, the idea that you could even reach $1 billion with these kinds of cuts and crackdowns is absurd, especially because doing a crackdown on undocumented immigrants requires paying a lot of money to local cops. That requires spending more money than you would ever get back. And like rounding up undocumented immigrants doesn't make money. It sinks money. Like, undocumented immigrants, when they are allowed to work and live in communities, pay into the tax pool. They pay into the tax pool, they contribute to the local society. It actually makes it harder to reach any kind of savings goal by removing undocumented immigrants. Like, the idea that you would somehow bridge a $15 billion gap is absurd. And I say that time and time again because, frankly, Republicans rely on people not thinking it through in order to make the claim that, oh, we'll just save all the money that way and we won't have any more property tax. But that's just their backdoor way of cutting your local fire department's budget, cutting your local school budget. It's just their way of cutting all of the services you and your family rely on a day-to-day basis.
The math of how this would work and how you would restore that $20 billion.
Well, it's all vibes, but it's also insidious. It is relying on conservative vibes to sell you on this idea, when in reality, the conservatives who push this know this is just a way to cut local programs.
$1 billion worth of funding for schools, fire departments, and hospitals based on those 4 items.
Yeah, first, it's not redundant because there are specific other bills that were intentionally designed to only be for illegal immigrant abortions. So to say that the state is funding abortions, those are actually 2 different subjects when you're talking about monies. The ability to accomplish this across the state, it's not that big of a deal. We do have those, so property tax does go into county, and income tax goes into the state.
Now, wait a minute. Undocumented immigrants do not pay taxes because they do not have social security numbers. They're not on, say, HB1 visas. That's true. However, undocumented immigrants pay more in taxes because, for example, if they work, taxes are withheld from their paycheck. If they even get a paycheck, right? But their employers reap the benefits of their labor. The employers still have to pay taxes, right? On top of that, you have the fact that they are spending money paying sales tax in their local communities in order to, buy goods and services to live. Now, there we go. Let's pull this up here. Here's the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. Tax payments by undocumented immigrants in 2024. All right, key findings. Undocumented immigrants paid $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2022. Most of that amount, $59.4 billion, was paid to the federal government, while the remaining $37.3 billion was paid to state and local governments. Undocumented immigrants paid federal, state, and local taxes of $8,889 per person in 2022. In other words, for every 1 million undocumented immigrants who reside in the country, public services receive $8.9 billion in additional tax revenue. More than a third of the tax dollars paid by undocumented immigrants go toward payroll taxes dedicated to funding programs that these workers are barred from accessing. Undocumented immigrants paid $25.7 billion in Social Security taxes, $6.4 billion in Medicare taxes, and $1.8 billion in unemployment taxes in 2022. At the state and local levels, slightly less than half, 46% or $15.1 billion of the tax payments made by undocumented immigrants are through sales and excise tax levied on their purchases. Most other payments are made through property taxes, such as those levied on homeowners and renters, 31% or $10.4 billion, or through personal and business income taxes, 21% or $7 billion. So there are a lot of different ways that undocumented immigrants pay taxes. And they are barred from accessing almost all of the social programs that those taxes fund. Like, I'll even link it to you if you feel inclined to read it. But here you go. There you go. There you go. I'll link it in all the chats. There you go. There you go. Do do do. Do 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 do.
I actually want to do away with both of them. So
Could you just walk us through the math of how those items add up to $20 billion? We've tried to do the math ourselves, but I'd like to hear your math.
On the four things you mentioned?
Yes, sir.
So it's actually much higher than that, I think, in a lot of different levels. But here's some of the simple math. We have one bill alone that went to illegal immigrants.
And I understand there was also the question there about Social Security numbers. Undocumented immigrants still pay taxes underneath their what's called an individual taxpayer identification number, ITIN. So in case you're wondering, well, how do they pay the taxes? That's how they do it.
Grant programs and plans. That was $104 million. And actually what it was supposed to be is $17 million.
You're talking about covering all Colorado, a health plan for folks. Yep, please continue.
Okay, so it was supposed to be, good job, you did homework. So $17 million to cover all Colorado. It immediately became, within that same calendar year, over $104 million. That's just one item. We're also funding abortions for anybody across the United States to come to Colorado. We're a destination state. So that's through the roof costs, and that continues to grow.
And you're aware that the state has estimated, the nonpartisan budget staff has estimated that that's $6 million. And then the transgender surgery is about $230,000. Needless to say, we added up all the categories that you and your campaign have cited, and it gets you 0.5% of the way to the $20 billion that you would strip out of schools, fire departments, hospitals, roads, and bridges. Where would the rest of the money come from?
Well, the first thing with the abortion numbers is, yes, we did see those abortion numbers in committee when the Speaker of the House was taxing or making sure that the taxpayer dollars went to abortions. They were 250% lower than what the
Jack's 100 million was definitely overestimating. Oh, absolutely.
The actual numbers are, and we presented that, but that's not making the cut because Democrats control the House. The transgender surgeries were almost 35 times higher than the numbers that were given, but that's not going to make the cut because the Democrats control the House.
None of this is going to sufficiently pay for $20 billion that you're projecting, let alone the $15 billion that you need if you want to cut property taxes completely.
We know with the illegal
Mr. Bottoms, thank you. We went over on this, but just a quick word. You're waving your hand at me. Obviously, you've written the state budget for years. How do you assess his math?
Wrong. That he
like a little wrong?
Oh, no. May I go?
Please.
Thank you. Well, to cut $20 billion, I'm assuming he's saying that's out of the state budget. That would be more than the total general fund operating budget by $1.5 billion. So basically, you would have to cut everything to, I guess, I don't know, I guess you're going to backfill local governments who are losing property tax. Because the one thing that he did say that was correct is that the state doesn't collect property taxes. That is at the local level. So I'm not sure how he would affect that because he doesn't have any ability to, either as a legislator or even as the governor in the executive branch. But I'm wrong. It's like way off. The $6 million is probably still a bit high based on some of the cuts that we've made just even in this last budget year.
Ms. Kirkmeyer, thank you.
Sure.
I don't mind answering the other part of your question if you want.
I'm going to turn to Mr. Marks real quick on the budget. You can come back to the lectern. Thanks for stepping back. I've repeatedly heard you call for audits of state departments, but state agencies are subject to annual financial and compliance audits done by the state auditor. In your review of the current annual audit process, what specifically do you think is missing?
Well, the fact that you said that the state is auditing itself gives me pause of concern. I think we have to bring in outside folks, much like the Doge, to really get a forensic performance audit, but for waste and fraud. It's a management issue that the only way to go through it, I opened up the long bill the other day and started looking at it and thought,
man, imagine referencing a program that killed like that's killed hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people already, and is going to kill millions more as like a great thing to do in the state of Colorado. Like a program that single-handedly brought back screwworm to screw over ranchers across America.
pretty complicated.
Not for me.
Is that an apology?
No, I said not for me.
Sorry. Because look at where we're at. I think getting the right eyes on it, doing the right audits, will help keep people accountable. And that's what the folks in Colorado who feel like they're never heard around the state by politicians. They want accountability for the money being spent.
Thank you, Mr. Marks.
You're welcome.
We're not doing many yes or no questions, but we will do just a couple of them here. Tina Peters was released from prison yesterday, thanks to clemency from Democratic Governor Jared Polis, and she immediately returned to her claims that Democrats are cheating on elections, that she was put in prison as retribution for finding evidence that voting machines flip votes. So first off, I'll ask each of you to answer just in yes or no format. Is Tina Peters telling the truth when she says that Democrats have rigged elections in Colorado using voting machines to flip votes? Ms. Kirkmeyer?
No, I don't believe so.
Mr. Bottoms?
Yes.
Mr. Marks?
Well, it's her word against everyone else.
Would you provide a full pardon to Tina Peters, wiping away her felony convictions, allowing her to serve as an elections official again if she wants and voters were to elect her? Mr. Marks? Full pardon for Tina Peters, yes or no?
Well, I think Trump's going to do that before anybody does.
He constitutionally can't do it. You could as governor. Would you do it?
Sure, if I needed to.
I'm asking you if you would.
I'm asking you if I thought
we can move on.
Should.
Mr. Bottoms, would you provide...
Oh, God. Oh, he's the front runner. He's the front runner of these three. Oh, God. Why?
A full pardon to Tina Peters?
Yes.
Ms. Kirkmeyer?
No.
Ms. Kirkmeyer, your history includes leading an effort in 2013 to have Northern Colorado secede from the state, meaning break away from the state.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, God. She's a secessionist? I'm truly baffled.
It failed, and since then I've heard you say you'd do it again because putting it on the ballot was simply listening to your constituents. Why should voters trust you to lead a state that you tried to leave?
So thank you for the question, and I actually didn't try to lead. I did listen to the voters and the people in my county who we asked them if they wanted to, they asked us if we should be pursuing it. Us meaning the Board of County Commissioners. They wanted to have a survey. We said we would just put it on the ballot. And the ballot was basically to say, should we pursue succeeding from the state? Not should we succeed from the state, but should we pursue that? It went down, so we didn't pursue it any further. But here's the thing. Our voters at the time, my constituents were saying that there is a huge gap between rural and urban here. At that point, we weren't getting our roads even snow plowed after 10 o'clock at night through the next morning. We were having problems where there were utility issues for rural utilities, but municipal issues. Municipal utilities didn't have to do the same thing. Grants that should have been coming to rural Colorado, to my county in specific, were not coming to us. They were going to another area. So even then Governor Hickenlooper said it was probably a good thing that happened for the state, and it made us stronger. So anytime my constituents asked me to put something on the ballot and they want to have their voice, and that is their voice because they get to vote, I am going to do that.
You said you didn't try to leave. I just want to confirm in this forum, how did you vote on that?
I voted for it.
Thank you.
To pursue it.
I didn't try to leave. I just voted to leave.
And to look at it. There are many steps that you have to go in place to do that. So again, I would listen to my constituents and follow the will of the voters, and that's what I did.
Mr. Marks,
how is Marks the front runner? The most recent polling has him up by like 40 points compared to the next closest, which is that lady who is apparently a secessionist.
you make claims that are unlike any ever made by somebody running for Colorado governor in recent history. You claim that you've been all around the world armed to the teeth rescuing women and children from captivity, that you've stopped human smugglers at the Mexico border and made them pay a price, that you as a civilian called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters, that you were the first American into Gaza during the war with Israel, that you've done 150 high-risk missions and every one has been a success. You told me last week that it's all true and that you don't need to prove it to anyone. But you're talking to voters now. How should voters decide whether you've lived one of the most extraordinary lives in human history or whether you're a liar and a fraud?
Can we back up to her for 1 second?
Please answer the question, sir.
I will. But this, I'll make a little informal complaint. The folks at home don't want to hear about her past and what she did. That's not going to make a lick of difference to those who are having trouble putting food on the table, Kyle, paying their...
Yeah, people don't want to know about the past actions of their elected representatives. They just want smoke blown up their ass, apparently.
electricity bill, having to try to figure out how they send their kids to school.
Sir, how much of your
That's why
time
I
do you
don't
plan to burn
like
before you
these-
answer the question of whether you
Sure.
tell the truth?
Do I tell the truth?
How should voters discern whether you have had one of the most extraordinary lives in human history or whether you are a liar and a fraud?
Well, simply go back. I have 20 years of videos and documentation and people. We just had our head of security in Iraq call in a video today. The proof is just in people and what we document. I thought it was funny how you said when you came to the training center, the pictures and what we showed and things, it wasn't good enough for you. I can't help it if I've had an extraordinary life. I'm an ordinary fella.
I love that his literal answer is just, well, we took pictures though. You got to believe the people who work for my organization. Why, one of my employees the other day just called in an extraordinary video. It's like, that's not evidence. Like, find people who aren't affiliated with your organization to corroborate what you're saying.
And starting from my childhood all the way to now, me standing up on a stage running for governor, Reagan, I said I was going to talk about you, come seats. This little dog, she's going to go bite you right now, Kyle. She was in Syria and...
Oh, this is a different dog. The last one was Scout. This one's Reagan. Also, we saw from that video earlier that he does in fact have dogs that are trained to attack people. So the joke that that dog is going to attack Kyle Clark is not really an idle joke. It's a threat, frankly.
In Iraq. So is she lying too?
Well, the dog's not running for governor. You're running for governor, and you spent precious little time answering the question other than to say that folks have to take the word of you and your staff for your accomplishments.
No, I said thousands
Mr. Bottoms, a
of
question for
people,
you
Kyle.
as we approach closings here.
I've saved thousands of people, but you can't independently verify any of that, Kyle.
Claim to have uncovered $30 billion worth of corruption in Colorado. $30 billion worth of corruption. That would be 2 out of every $3 in the state budget. Where's your evidence?
This evidence was originally produced 5 years ago. The executive director for Colorado Commission on Judicial Discipline presented this. He was the whistleblower that was working in the Supreme Court when this happened. This has been admitted by Supreme Court Justice Coates, and that he was colluding. This is just one case of this bigger picture. That he made sure.
Sir, if I might clarify, the Christopher Gregory evidence that you're referring to was a $2.6 million bribery scandal in the state judiciary, which has been widely reported on by the news media. That would be less than 0.1% of the $30 billion in corruption that you're claiming in Colorado. Where's your evidence?
Well, he's already sent you the information. He showed me this. One tiny element of that was the almost $3 billion that was covered up by Attorney General Weiser. Yes, it has been reported on, but nobody's investigated it. Nobody's gone down that road. We've had multiple whistleblowers. This is who I am. I'm going to get it out there in the public, and we're going to do this. There's more than, in the stacks and stacks and stuff that they sent you, there is more than 2,500 pages of more evidence of all of this same collusion involving Supreme Court, involving the judicial system, and involving attorneys.
So again, to put a pin on it, you're saying that $30 billion, 2 out of every $3 in Colorado's budget, is corruption.
This has gone back for about 5 or 6 years, and some people have said it's high as 33. I'm taking their word at $30 billion.
Very conservative. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to go by a raise.
I am without words. These people are genuinely too stupid to be doing what they're doing. This is irresponsible. This is like a violation of the very concept of democracy for these people to even be in the ring in the first place.
Of hand here on abortion. Colorado has codified
awooga indeed, Phalia.
Abortion access in the state constitution.
Yeah, this is all deeply fucked. And I really wish that this was limited to just Colorado Republicans, but it's all Republicans everywhere. There are no reasonable Republicans anymore. They got chased out of the party. The reasonable ones went to go work at the Bulwark. And they're still fucking Republicans, by the way. Don't you guys ever forget that the people who work over at the Bulwark, even though they might break stories, they're fucking conservative to the bone. But like, anyone still left in the mainstream GOP, they're just MAGA. They're just MAGA fascists.
Through Amendment 79, it would take another constitutional amendment to get rid of that. Would any three of you, by a raise of hands, lead an effort to try to take that out of the state constitution?
I would.
Only Mr. Bottoms? You failed successfully already at the state legislature, getting no support on your bills on similar issues. How would you do that as governor?
With a ballot initiative of the people. 40% of all the people that voted on 79 that constitutionalized this, 40% said they would not have voted on 79 if they knew it was going to be taxpayer dollars that did that. And then the Speaker of the House ran that bill to bring the taxpayer dollars to it. I think that was a little devious, but I also think for the voters of Colorado that was a little naive.
Thank you, Mr. Bottoms. Ms. Kirkmeyer, you've changed on this, it sounds like.
No, I thought the Constitution said may fund abortions. It doesn't say shall. That's my understanding.
Except McCluskey ran the bill.
But we're talking about the Constitution. I understand what legislation was carried, but that's what the Constitution says. It's a may, so it's not an absolute that funding has to be provided for abortions in the state of Colorado.
It is statutorily demanded that it is funded by the taxpayers. That's statute right now.
Thank you to the three of you.
I didn't give my answer.
Your answer was not raising your hand.
Well, it was kind of a tricky way you said it. What's your name again?
It wasn't a goddamn trick. It wasn't a trick, man. Oh my God. This guy would fucking fall for like a quarter being found in his ear.
Marshall.
Marshall.
Mine's Barb. His name's Marshall.
And we're going to move on to closings.
Hey, I will tell you this. If the people rise up, because I'm for life, not death, it's the people of Colorado that have to rise up.
This hour has flown by. Folks even haven't had an opportunity to learn one another's names, but you will now each make a 1-minute closing statement as determined by a random draw ahead of time. Mr. Bottoms, you're first.
Yeah, I think this is pretty important for the state of Colorado right now. Maybe even as dynamically important, more important than what we've been talking about at some level. The Democrats across the state are very frustrated with the Democrat leadership. 85% of the state says they don't want boys and girls sports, that they are not okay with transgender surgeries, and you can go right down the line. Yes, potholes in the economy are huge, but Democrats have never crossed the aisle to vote for potholes and budget. But I do.
That is absolutely false. Democrats do cross the aisle to vote for potholes. They do not, seemingly in the main, cross the aisle to try and vote against health care for citizens by and large.
I believe this is our time right now when even many Democrats are saying we've gone too far, we've gone too leftist. And
wait, the Bulwark is a Republican channel? Seriously? Yeah, they're all neocons. Like, if you look at the work history of basically everyone who works at the Bulwark, they're all former, like, staffers of Republican politicians or former, like, political consultants who worked for Republican politicians. Like, they're all fucking neocons. Like, Tim Miller is a neocon. Like, they're basically, John McCain Republicans over at the Bulwark.
We've got to change that. Unaffiliated, independent, 52% of our state. Most of those are leaning toward, almost 80% are leaning toward parental authority and protecting children. Hispanics are moving to the right. Under 30 crowd is moving strongly to the right. This is our time to actually reclaim Colorado. There is no metric in the state of Colorado that is positive right now. Everything has been destroyed by the Democrats, and even Democrats recognize it, and they're going to vote for me for governor.
Thank you, Mr. Marks.
Well, you can tell that I'm not a fan of the Democratic way, because it feels like the debate really isn't positive questions for real solutions for the people of Colorado. It sounds like it's fodder for the general. And I'll tell you, neither one of these folks are my opponents. You're going to be doing a debate with them shortly. But I can do anything I want in my closing, right?
It's your time.
I'm going to pray. Father, thank you, Lord, for your goodness and your mercy. And God, I pray that your will would be done in our state to relieve suffering and pain. We need a healed state. We need Coloradans to come together for a change, Lord, and stop all this political nonsense.
You're fucking running to be governor. Stop all the political nonsense. You are a politician. God damn. Bagel Rabbit, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Come on in, make yourselves cozy. We're almost through the insanity, but this is genuinely next level. I'm so upset.
So I love you. Pray you bless Senator Kirkmeyer and Scott and the two gentlemen that are holding this. In Jesus' name, amen.
Exactly on time. I don't know how I would have cut off.
And my eyes were closed.
That was very good. Ms. Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say that the past does matter, and the truth actually really does matter. So with that, I would say for the last 8 years, we've had one party control. Democrats have been in charge, and they have made a mess out of our state. They've made us unaffordable, unsafe. We're unraveling. Our roads are horrible. They're horrible to drive on. Everything is wrong. I would agree. I would agree with Representative Bottoms on that issue. But here's the thing. The only person in this race that is actually qualified to be governor is me. I'm the only one who has actually ever governed. I've governed and I have decreased taxes. I've balanced budgets. I've built roads. I have backed the blue. I have done so many things to make people's lives better. I don't run to make a point. I run to ensure that I can make a difference in people's lives, and that's what I'm doing. I'm a mom. I'm a grandmother. I'm a fourth-generation dairy farmer, fourth-generation Coloradoan. I grew up on a dairy farm in North Jefferson County. And you know what? My job, along with my siblings, we all had a job to do, and my job was to feed the calves and clean up a lot of the you-know-what. Well, it turned out it was pretty good training for a career in politics to clean up the you-know-what. Barb Kirkmeyer for governor. I appreciate your vote, and I'm asking for your vote tonight.
Thank you,
have
Ms.
a clear
Kirkmeyer.
choice. Thank you.
Our audience has been very respectful. I now invite you to join me in thanking the candidates for debating here tonight. Thank you to our hosts at the University of Denver, Beck.
I just have to say, there are no more Republicans. These are not. The Republican Party is dead. There's only MAGA. There's only the MAGA fascists. That's it. There are no moderate conservatives anymore. Like, we had 3 candidates running for governor in the Republican Party on stage right there. Those were the 3 front runners, right? And we had a secessionist who tried to remove northern Colorado from the state. We had a man who has lied about there being hundreds of thousands of Tren de Aragua gang members across Colorado planning an uprising. And then who thinks that we can Colorado can get $30 billion more by cutting abortions, trans healthcare, and getting rid of undocumented immigrants, when in reality that would not even crack a couple $1 million at most. And in the process, he wants to cut, by the way, he wants to cut property taxes, the vehicle that funds everything on the local level in America. And then we got Victor Marx, a guy who just lies constantly and can't seem to be fully aware of where he is, what he's talking about, what people are asking him about. And when he does seem particularly lucid is when he gets asked about his record as a combat master in Cajun karate and his lifetime as a extreme missionary saving tens of thousands of people. And when asked about to give any details on saving those people, he gets real wiggly about it. Those are your 3 MAGA candidates. Absolutely baffling. Absurdly dangerous. And that's why we need people to get involved on the local level, right? We need people to join their local Dems. We need people to join their local DSA. We need people to join Progressive Victory, because we need to mobilize people on the local level to push back against this insane nonsense. Because make no mistake, folks, if you are not organizing against this right now in your local community, I guarantee you there are delusional fascist fucks who are organizing specifically to take over your community. So join your local DSA, organize local labor. Join your local Dems, make them less shit. Take your local Dems away from the corporate Democrats, make them work for the working class. All right? And you can, if you need help getting started or don't know how to present an argument and build alliances, we can help you do that. Join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. We need to get organized yesterday. And there's a link below for you to check out Progressive Victory, which can help you hook up to Door Knock or Phone Bank or Text Bank for various socialist campaigns and Democrats across the country. So all that being said, also like, comment, subscribe, do the things, you know the things, the button things. And do consider supporting the show with your subs, donos, membership, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. And last but not least, check out ImagenaLivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Go check it out, ImagenaLivia.com. Link down in the description as well. And let's keep on going. Is the Discord networking US only? No, but if you're getting involved with local Dems or local DSA, that would be US only. But folks in the Discord can be from all over the damn place. Isn't it 6 a.m. where you are? Aren't you hosting Takis today? I am indeed, and I'm going to go to bed now. Appreciate all y'all. Got anything out of the show today? Click the goddamn button. Go. Click the button.